John, you ready in the back? Very good. Looks like we're live. Welcome to everyone to our budget hearings today. Mr. Manager or Lorian, what do we have for the agenda?
Let me start, Chairman. At your desk is a schedule for May and I think Sabrina added June and July. And the schedule, a couple things on the schedule. First of all, on June the 8th is the event out at Deloitte, which I think the decision is that we're still going to have a meeting that morning. We'll try to make it as brief as possible, keep it efficient, and then the commission can go out to Deloitte at their convenience that day. All 5 of you have signed up for that, but we will still have a meeting on the 8th. And then the second thing to notice on this schedule is Sabrina has put on, and it looks like it's in orange ink, it's real lightly colored, how the moves over to Ruffin are going to start to impact operations just a bit. So, for example, I know finance is moving first, like the 1st of June. So we'll be splitting now between 2 offices. It's going to be a little bit cumbersome, so just an FYI on that. So anyway, I just wanted to give you an updated calendar. This is what it looks like for May, June, and July. And if there's something here that's wrong, let me know and we'll change it and get it back out to everybody.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. Is there a possibility we could start the commission meeting at 8 a.m. on June 8th?
We can do whatever the commission wants to do. We give KPTS a week or 2 notice. They can adapt to us, whatever the commission's will on that is.
8 o'clock's fine.
8:00 on the 8th.
I don't see any objections.
Looking at a keen. We can make that happen? Okay. Very good, sir. Okay. Now, I'm ready to turn over to Lorian.
Good morning, Lorian.
Good morning. We'll be starting on page 81 with the Division of Finance. And Lindsay, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. So,
Morning, Lindsay.
good morning. We are going to cover a lot, not just finance operations, but all of the things listed on this slide. So I'm going to try to move quickly, but please interrupt me if there's any questions or anything that we need to delve into. I will tell you that at a certain point in our presentation, we're going to look at this handout that you have. And we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into what's going on with grants administration, because I know that's a hot topic. So first of all, looking at workforce strength, just like everyone else in the organization, we continue to have challenges with some positions. So you can see on this table here, if it's clear, that means that we're at 100% staffing. If it's green, we're at 90% or greater, and then purple is 50% or less. So you can see that for the most part, we are staffed. We do have a vacant internal financial auditor. Since we only have 2 of those, that makes it purple. And then we just received notice that one of our principal accountants, unfortunately, is going to be leaving us in early June. And so we will be trying to seek that position out. And then budget, unfortunately, we have been down a budget analyst for practically a year now, and have gone through the process of posting and trying to fill that position 3 times. I think they're going to go through some interviews here soon, and hopefully we'll get someone out of that. So what we're going to talk about today is pretty much everything that's under finance's umbrella, even though our operations, as you can see, are only about 14% of what we have, I guess, the control or authority over within the system. So our finance operations, excluding COVID funding, is about $8.65 million. Then WSU, of course, we have the 1.5 mill levy rate that was put into statute for City of Wichita, and we have an MOU. So the county actually levies that tax, and 100% of that goes toward WSU, and we have no ability to control how those funds are spent. 1.9 million is in the economic development budget, as we've talked about in the past. A significant portion of that, and we'll get into the details here in a bit, is in contractuals and typically is not spent, but it is there just in case. The arena has an operating budget request of $1.62 million based on their capital improvement plan. We'll get into those details. Debt service is at $15 million, and reserves, or our contingencies, are just under $24 million. So we are up to 45 positions in finance. We have 12 of those positions that are technically in the CFO's CFO office. And so that includes everything from the capital planning that you will see later this morning, division oversight, tax system oversight, our contract management, our internal financial auditors, safety and risk management. We have a contract with our auditors, obviously. That's mandatory. That's paid out of the CFO office. And of course, lately, a good portion of all of our time has been dedicated to federal funding, whether that be COVID funding or trying to understand what other opportunities will be out there. In accounting, we have 18 FTEs. 2 of those are everybody's favorite, right? Payroll. And then the rest are staff. Yeah, I know that makes you sad. The rest are staff who help us process bills or report on those transactions to you. They also do our grant administration and revenue management. So when people owe us money or we owe people money, all of that happens in accounting. Within budget, we have 5 FTEs. I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3 of the 4 folks that we have staffed are here in the room, and we are very grateful to them for putting together all the wonderful materials that you're looking at today. They do our financial forecast, which I know is about their least favorite thing to do. However, it is also critically important. We know that because it tells us the health of our organization and where we're going. And of course, they help develop the budget and then administer the budget after you all adopt it. Within purchasing, we have 10 FTEs. Of course, they implement Charter 68, and with COVID and ARPA funds, they are getting so much more experience on federal procurement requirements as well. So we do have 2 ARPA-funded positions there that focus on COVID-related transactions. So within our finance operations, we have 4 strategic goals. These are coming directly from that strategic plan that we talked about yesterday. So the first, of course, is pretty inherent to what you would expect any governmental finance entity to do, and that is to basically make sure that the assets that are entrusted to the county are cared for appropriately, spent in compliance with all the appropriate rules and regulations, and we try and develop innovative ways to do that and use technology as much as possible. Our strategic goal number 2 really actually was already addressed by the commission last year. We had that resolution that had set a target mill levy rate. That resolution has been repealed, and so now this is simply just a normal management function as we go through a budget process. Strategic goal number 3 is exactly what we're doing right now, and that is to make sure that the budget process is aligned with your priorities and those in the strategic plan. And we want to make sure that's done fairly. So, and then of course we'll work with the manager to make sure his priorities are also addressed in the recommended budget. And then finally, strategic goal number 4, and we're going to jump into this a little bit on the next slide and in your handout. But one of the things we heard from departments, commissioners, and everyone as we were going through the strategic planning process back in 2018, late 2018, early 2019, was the need for additional support and capacity to seek grant dollars. And so we have done that because you all authorized us to add a grant analyst position to our staffing table at the end of 2020. Then we were able to get a grants administrator approved in the 2022 budget. However, you let us fill that early as an ARPA grant administrator to try and get some activities, policies, and procedures done based on some recommendations and lessons learned from CARES. And then, unfortunately, we've had position turnover. We have lost our grants administrator and our grants analyst in the last few months. Now, I have good news that both of those positions were hired and those individuals started work with us yesterday. So we will get them up to speed as quickly as possible. But because we recognize what a priority this is, not just for finance, but for the organization and commissioners. We worked with Disaster Recovery Services, which is one of our consultants. They have done some consulting for other entities to stand up what are the community development block grants. And so they have helped agencies that have not had or acted as grantors, really, and they have helped them stand up programs. And so that's why we already had a contract with them. So we had some efficiencies because they knew us, they knew our departments, they knew our systems. And so they have put together this document. They were on site back in March, if you remember, when you all approved the ARPA spending plan. We had them in the audience. So at that time, they met with us and they reviewed with us what, I'm going to point you to the third page of the handout. And it says a grants administration maturity model. And so basically we're in the initial stages. We're getting a little more mature because of our CARES and ARPA experience, but those are very specific funds. This is going to help us build our capacity and go through all of that. So what we have done already to try and move along this process is every single policy and procedure that we use in finance has been provided to them to review and identify gaps. I know they are working with Joe Thomas on all of our procurement activities to make sure that those are all fully federally compliant, or we're going to be able to figure out a separate process when federal funds are used. And then there's also going to be some significant training that is done for the staff we've hired and then some of the rest of us who are here so that we can get up to speed, grow that capacity, do some grant writing, do effective management and reporting and all of that. So we are definitely all in on the grants. I know that's been a high priority, so just thank you for bearing with me for that deep dive. So going back to the PowerPoint then, in terms of our challenges and opportunities, of course, staffing continues to be an issue for us. We have a highly professional organization. As you all see and hear frequently, our operations are complex, probably more complex than people realize. So we want to make sure that we can retain quality talent so that we mitigate our risks and all of that. So we continue to make sure that we are compliant with ARPA. We want to make sure that we are pursuing any other federal opportunities. And that says federal, but it could be state or local, private, whatever we wanted to do. Of course, we are struggling with the same things you all are in terms of trying to figure out compensation and inflation. As you saw during our presentation, I think it was a week ago, insurance premiums are up 425%, and we are hearing that our premiums for next year that you'll see in July probably are going up, or actually I guess in June, are going up probably another 30%. So the market is hardening. It's not necessarily a reflection on us, but I mean, every time you turn on the TV, you see wildfires and hailstorms and more severe storms, and all of those things have repercussions that we all face. So I know Brent and Jessica and Elizabeth work very hard to figure out creative ways to address this, maybe do things differently than we've done in the past to try and mitigate some of those costs. Obviously, legislative changes can always are challenges for us. Right now, we know that coverage for some of our medical staff, so on the professional side, not the property side, are increasing. There are more staff now that are required to be covered under state law, so we're working through that. We know that we are getting a brand new financial system at 8 o'clock this morning. We had a call to see how that's going, so Mike Helpers and his team are working hard to get that ready to go. Our system was implemented in 2002, so it is time, but that also means that it's really scary change for us and the organization. Of course, we're working on our strategic plan initiatives as much as we can, and then we've all seen how increasingly sophisticated fraud attempts are. You know, our accounting director just got an email from me the other day talking about a wire transfer. So thankfully, Hope checked that and made sure that wasn't real. So I didn't steal any money from the county. So let's look at our budget requests. So right now, what you see here for the 2022 revised and 2023 request do include some portions of COVID funding. So obviously in 2022, we are still paying some bills for projects that were initiated before ARPA happened, before we understood the requirements. So there is some funding that's still happening out of the general fund for COVID-related projects that are just kind of hanging on, like the first floor traffic court that we're seeing a lot more work on. And then also there are a few positions, and you'll see them in the book, that are ARPA funded, that are currently on the staffing table, but those will change over time. We know that is tied to an ARPA spending plan, not the budget, so we'll be very flexible with those. So if we exclude COVID, you can get a much better picture of what our 2023 request is, and this is the basis for that big pie chart we saw at the beginning. We are requesting $8.6 million. You can see there is a decrease in personnel, contractuals, and commodities. Almost all of that is because we have if you remember, we had the very large zoo claims that we're continuing to pay here into 2022. That goes out of the budget in 2023. So now we are going to shift gears and move out of finance operations and go to budgeted transfers. So when we talk about transfers, it can be budget transfers, so we're moving budget around, or it can be an inter-fund transfer where we're actually taking cash out of one fund and putting it in another fund. And so in this case, we're talking about cash that goes out of the general fund into another fund. And by state law, we have to have a resolution from the commission in order to move that cash. So we do that as a part of your budget for certain things that we know. So this is the source for funding for risk management. So whenever we pay claims and settlements, that internal service fund fronts those bills, and then at the end of the year, we do a transfer from budgeted transfers to make that whole. We also, if you remember, before the pandemic, we had negotiated a contract with the Interest Bank Arena folks at ASM Global to do a matching facility fee. Those dollars would come from here once we're able to get back into that. So overall, this budget is flat at $3 million for next year. Depending on what we see with insurance settlements, we may request an increase there. Or, I'm sorry, not settlements, premiums. Okay, so then we'll move to contingency reserves. So right now, we have a compensation contingency that is not going to be included in what you see for the 2023 request, but that doesn't mean that we don't think we need one. We just want to understand from commission what priorities are, go through the compensation discussion, and then we would like to make a pitch to you to reserve some funds there. We know that technology continues to increase, sometimes beyond the ability to project. Obviously, with COVID, we've learned to be prepared. And then, of course, we still have a couple of other property tax funds that are sitting out there. And whatever, they don't have a lot of flexibility always. So those are things that are on our horizon. So this slide is unlike any of the other slides that we've shown. I'm giving you 2022 adopted information as opposed to revised, because we've already accessed these contingencies some this year. And so I want to show you that for 2023, we're basically requesting to go right back to where we were when the budget was adopted last year. Now, the reason you see an odd number for the 2022 adopted budget is that there were commission actions taken on the day of budget adoption to reallocate funds. And so we had that at $10 million. It was reduced down a bit in the adopted to be the funding source for those other programs. So we're just going to put it back to $10 million in this request, and we'll go from there. So that's why you see $23.75 million. And obviously you can see there is no compensation contingency yet.
Lindsay, before you leave that slide, can you talk to the commission about contingency and compare the contingency, like the compensation contingency that we're getting, that the commission could roll in 2022. If they roll it, there is consideration in the forecast going forward that those dollars would have to stay.
Absolutely.
Versus the contingency on aging, which was one-time money and has no further contingency in future. But can you talk on that just a little bit?
Sure. So the compensation contingency that's in for the 2022 adopted, we have already fully included in the forecast that you have seen and received. We don't know how it will be used. But we have planned to use that in some form or fashion, and I know Sheena will be speaking to that during her compensation section. For aging, the $500,000 that was earmarked during your discussions was in place based on the discussion at that time for really one-time type projects, and so that $500,000 right now is only in the forecast for 2022. but we can certainly, I mean, that is a policy decision by the commission. We do put a fairly significant amount in the contingency in the forecast because there are always things that come up that we don't necessarily know what they will be, particularly as it pertains to things like maybe the results of the task force or other things. We've built in some spending that we expect to happen, though we don't know specifically how it will look. So we do forecast a portion of these contingencies to be spent in all years of the forecast, but not nearly to the degree of $24 million.
But you're not carrying over the $3 million compensation into 2023. My concern is across the board, we're below right now today.
Right.
And we're already seeing 7-8% inflation rate currently. So if we use this $3 million this year to give something like on 1 July pay raise across the board for all of our employees, then it's not in 2023 budget, so we would just include it as part of a compensation. We would just include it in our budget then to cover us for 2023?
So right now, this is in contingency because we don't know how it would look, right? So it's not built into individual departments. But the idea would be that we don't spend money from contingencies, so we would transfer that budget authority, if the commission did approve something like that, to the appropriate budgets across the organization, and those dollars would be spent from there. So these dollars are recurring in a forecast situation. We think we'll spend all of these dollars in all of the years of the financial forecast. But what 2023 would be, because I do think we want to come to you with a compensation contingency, but that would be earmarked for something that we don't yet know what it would look like. You know, typically we'll include a pay pool and department budget. So it goes into effect January 1st, the money's there, nice and easy. This, we don't know how that looks yet. So if we figure out the plan in time for the recommended, we will build it into departmental budgets. If not, it will come back in a contingency form.
Okay, Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. We mentioned the $500,000 for aging. Since the active aging article came out in regards to the remaining $230,000 that was unallocated, do we have a plan for a discussion around how those funds might be used? And the reason for my question, Tim, is because I've just received a lot of ideas around how the community would like to see it used, and I wanted to have a space where we could discuss that.
I think it's a good idea. Wow, that's a live mic. It's a good idea that we have a continued conversation with all of you. We have not had a chance to fully meet with all of you to talk individually about what the recommendation from the advisory council was, and if there are additional things that you would be open to consider. We do have some ideas, but we'd like to meet with you and have that conversation.
Okay, one specific example was transportation. So there were a number of others, but that's one particular thing I'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this slide? Okay, so bond and interest, I think in the past, this is another spot where I'm deviating from the template just a bit with Lorian's blessing. So just to explain how bond and interest is funded, this is our debt service. This is what we have to pay each year on the debt that we owe for general obligation, public building commission, or special assessment debt. And so you can see that the bulk of this, 68%, comes from property taxes. Another chunk comes from vehicle taxes, about 11%, and then another big portion is transfers in. So there are funds across the county that can pay for work that was done for their facility. Those funds can actually pay the debt service. So what we do is, again, we have a transfer of cash from that fund to the bond and interest fund, and then we use that cash to support our debt service payments. So an example would be household hazardous waste. that facility or the public safety building, where a portion of that was able to have 911 tax funds used. MABCD pays a portion of that based on their facility for Ronald Reagan, their square footage. So those are the types of funding sources that go into this. Now, what's on the horizon, and this is something we've talked about a little bit since your budget workshop last February, back in 2021, and that is that we are in a position, because the recession really started in 2008 and people kind of drew back from doing big projects, we have a lot of debt service that is about to fall off in the next few years. So you can see this calendar year, Exploration Place debt is being paid off. You'll actually have some action you have to take on that. We just learned this morning in August, so we'll have more discussions about that soon. Also, some significant road and bridge debt. Next year, we will pay off the juvenile justice complex, which is the juvenile court and DA's space. We have in 2024, again, some debt that was originally issued in 2004 related to transportation projects that comes off. The public safety building comes off in 2025. In 2026, we have some refundings that were done that are paid off, and then just a couple because they tend to come up in conversation, even though they're not in this particular forecast, is Spirit. If you remember, we had the $7 million that was used to help construct a building there on their campus. That was debt funded for 10 years. So that ends in 2028. And then the construction of NCAT comes off of our books also in 2028, and that'll be a significant portion. So those are things that are on the horizon, because what we see is exactly what happened in 2007. The commission increased the mill levy rate to pay for debt service for NCAT and for jail expansion. Those didn't happen. The mill levy rate came down, but it was not well received in the community to do an increase. So that's why we hope to be able to keep a relatively flat tax rate in this fund. So on here you can see that this is what is in the requested budget based on today's forecast. Here, later this morning, we're going to start talking about capital improvement program. We will have a tentative recommended program for you, but we don't have any way to know what you will be comfortable with yet. So this continues to reflect what was in last year's capital improvement plan only. So this may yet still see some tweaks between now and when we present the budget to you. So moving to Interest Bank Arena, if you're following along in your book, you're going to have to go back to the Culture and Recreation session, but I would tell you that there's not a lot of good details without the narrative to provide some extra information and context to you. So I think what is fascinating is to look at what has happened at that facility since COVID. So in 2020, there were 12 events at the facility excluding Thunder Games. That was supposed to be our big 10-year anniversary. So it was pretty cool that we had 12 events through March 11th, but boy, then the bottom dropped out. Then in 2021, of course, we were still limiting capacity and things like that, and tours just weren't necessarily interested in coming out because all of the rules were different everywhere they tried to go. So we had 10 events excluding Thunder Games after April 23rd, 2021. Now, in 2022, already through April 28th, which is when this presentation was put together, there had already been 10 events held in the facility, with another 12 scheduled through October 29th. So it is a relief to see getting a little closer to business as usual. Lots of people are ready to get back on the road, so hopefully we're going to have a lot of good stuff to offer the community. So this is one of the more complicated budget slides that I'm going to show you. If you recall, the county received $10 million related to the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant for the Interest Bank Arena due to lost revenue and all of those things. We have until June 30th of this year to commit all of those funds until the end of the year to actually spend them. So you all had approved through bid board a couple of capital projects that otherwise the reserve fund would have had to pay. We also were able to fully reimburse the county's losses. So we paid about $444,000 as a net operating loss under the force majeure contract in 2020. We had another $1.8 million or so through 2021. All of that has been able to be reimbursed to the county plus portions to the arena, with the net effect that we actually are going to be able to get the county will get $1 million in the operating income. It would be like COVID never happened, and we had 2 years, 2020 and 2021, of getting roughly $500,000 a year because it performed so well. So it makes them whole, it makes us whole, it goes back into the reserve fund and extends that life. So it is truly a wonderful grant to have received. DRS helped heavily with this. AJ and his team at the arena helped heavily with putting together all the financial information. So this was a really awesome example of teamwork and going after grants that maybe we wouldn't have had the opportunity to go after before, with a wonderful result. So for 2023, what you see is a return to normal. We have $590,000 in contractuals. Basically, we get money from naming right partners. Then we give that to the arena to use to upkeep the facility. And then we have plugged in the $1,030,000, which is what was in their normal CIP from last year, because we were trying to stick with the flat budget. Now, this is a weird one, because the management agreement we have with SMG, ASM Global, whatever you want to call them, says that they have until October 1st to tell us what their CIP will be. So this is an enterprise fund. It's not like our other funds. We can be flexible with this one. But that's why I just wanted to capture that we really don't even know yet what that will look like for sure. But obviously we will keep you apprised as that progresses and those requests are made known. So now we're going to switch to community development, that tab in your book. And I hope Tim kept the microphone, because just in case you have questions, I might be leaning on him a little bit. Some of these are him, some of these are finance. So looking at Extension Council, obviously just recently you had an update from the folks over there, and you were able to hear about all of the different programs that these folks do, so much with 4-H, ag, horticulture. We're all very aware of the Master Gardeners. I think they still take care of our front. The display here at the county courthouse. So that is technically a K-State program, but Sedgwick County has a unique relationship where we own the facility and maintain that facility, and we also give them some operational funds. And so that budget has remained flat for many, many years at $825,481. I think you all just approved a funding agreement for that. They also get the proceeds from rental of that facility. That was a part of the recent contract negotiations. So the request is unchanged for 2023.
One quick question. Almost every organization that we have large fund requests from, we have a commissioner that sits on a board. But they've got 24 board members that are elected. But I don't know of any commissioner that sits on that board. Is there some reason that we don't do that?
My understanding, and we may want to have legal look in this as well, but my understanding is that the operation of the election process is based in state statute, and it does not have any designation for a county commissioner. But we can have legal follow-up and take a look at that and make sure that that interpretation is correct.
Okay, I'd just be curious, because $825,000 is a pretty good chunk of money, and we don't have anybody on that board, and we've got them on every other board that I know of that we have expenditures of that magnitude. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. So, yeah, this election is one of those things. I've heard complaints about this for a long time because it's not well advertised. They actually do have authority to spend money, unlike our other advisory boards who just simply make recommendations. We ultimately spend money on our behalf. These folks actually have authority to spend funds. In this case, rather than having to change the legal rules that set this up, we might want to consider just asking for some seats at the table or non-voting, perhaps. So we would be included in their meetings, but not necessarily have a vote on their actual appropriation decisions that they make. Does that make sense? I think that'd be a reasonable way for us to get that done more expediently. Thank you.
I'll look into it and bring back a recommendation if you would. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. So the people who can run for that election, can a commissioner run for that election?
I believe that they could.
Okay, thanks.
I've texted Mike, he's looking into it. To your question, both your questions.
I don't see any more, thank you.
Okay. So economic development, we referenced this a bit earlier. Obviously, you had a special meeting was it last week? I think it was, related to foreign trade zone. So that is very active, and that's great signs of what's happening in the community with growth. We've seen that in your monthly financial reports with the licenses and permits revenues that are coming in from MABCD. People are doing things and stuff is happening in the community. But things look a little different maybe than how they did historically in terms of what brings folks here, what keeps them here, what needs they have. So I think this budget is flat. But I think we, Brent and Valerie are well aware that the landscape is changing a bit, and they are very flexible and able to adapt to that. But with that said, the budget remains flat. You can see that we do have an FTE in the Economic Development Program, but I actually listed her under the CFO's office under Finance Operations because she obviously works upstairs with us. So the contractuals, we typically only forecast 400 to 500,000 of that will be used. $400,000 for GWP. There's also some funding that can come out of there for REAP or some other things that we do. And then we typically don't plan to forecast for any particular incentives or anything. We wait and see what that landscape looks like, especially because the cities typically have that responsibility, not the county. So, and then the commodities are just for incidental costs for operations of that office. So any questions on that, or I can put Brenda on the spot?
No, Commissioner Cruz.
I'm sorry, real quickly, could you run through that list again? So $400,000 to GWP, can you?
And then
rattle
REAP,
some of those
I
off?
think it's about 40,000 for REAP, but we can get that specific list to you. I'll send you an email.
Okay, so I'm looking for the remaining $1.4 million.
Right, and that is basically just budget authority that sits there. We don't want to take it away because we know we want to have it available just in case something does come up, but we don't plan to spend it in the financial forecast.
Okay, I guess that begs another question. The contractuals that are in this book don't really ever list out any of this. If somebody saw a budget book and wanted to look and see where the contractuals, where that spreadsheet was at, where do they go?
So historically, if you go to like community programs or things like that, there will be a table on their narrative section. So we just give you the numbers here. We wait and give you those narrative pages in the actual recommended budget because we want to update those for what's really going on. So I don't recall, we used to have a table for economic development, but I think we were asked to take that out at one point, and so it's no longer sitting in there, but that is certainly something we could put back in. It's just at the will of the commission.
Okay, I'd like to make a recommendation that we do put that
Okay.
back in.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I was here when that decision was made, and I think this has been a very, very good way for us to continue this throughout the year discussion about how to best use those dollars. We have things come up all the time. We didn't have a budget source for these things. We know these two things are planned, so we could break those out if we wanted to. However, it's not bad the way we're doing it. I think we all understand exactly that these two things are going to be funded, but the rest of that money, we have an option throughout the year then to find things that come up, and it just we have no other place to go really, and we have some recent examples, Chairman.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of some where the commission will, and I'll think of one in a minute, but the commission has the flexibility then to, I'm trying to, and it's.
KPTS was funded from economic development.
KPTS and Deloitte. There's things that come up during the year that.
I'd say every few months we have something that pops up, and this is our go-to source for, again, if there's an argument that this is, creating economic activity in our community for our folks to benefit from, this is a good go-to place in the budget. And if we spend a lot of time really hashing out the details of this part of our budget, it took way too much time during the budget process, and then we were restricted to those things once we made that. Once we adopted the budget. Then we had restrictions. We had to do it that way. And some of those things, they weren't performing very well. We wanted to have some liberty to take some time at these things. We just didn't have that chance during the budget process. And so I like the way we're doing this now. I'd rather not change that if it's okay. Thank you. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to list something out. So that's my only, I want people to be able to easily access the list of all of the contractuals that are in our budget book. I think that's a sense of transparency I think we should provide. And if we're not, I mean, we're doing that. It's just hard to find right now.
So for economic development, there would not be a way in our current budget book for folks to see that if we don't have that table displayed. They would just see the actuals that have really been paid out.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that they can't ask us for that information and we wouldn't provide it. I think the reason it was removed before was because there were discussions about how much should actually be allocated to each of those areas in the upcoming year's budget. And they felt like publishing a number maybe locked folks in or set expectations that were then hard to walk back, even though it's not necessarily a contractual relationship just because it's in a budget. But I think that was some of the hesitation. But I mean, we'll do whatever you all would like us to do.
I mean, maybe there's something I'm not seeing here, so we could have a conversation
Okay.
after this. But
Sure.
initially, my thoughts are to display the information. So
Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity to ask that question.
Thank you. Commissioner Howell?
One more point I'd like to make is I don't think we're trying to be non-transparent. I just think we're not being committed on the front end. As these things develop through the year, I think we are very glad to provide reports to anybody and publish this in any way so that the public has the right to see what we're doing with their money. But the idea that we're not being transparent, I don't think that that's the narrative I want to support. I think the reality is I don't want to make the decision today. We can make the decision in the future as long as we have money earmarked for those types of things. And we have, anyway, I want to be very, very transparent. I just don't think we have to make the decision at this time. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. I don't see anything else.
Okay. So community development, community programs, I know this is one that's highly confusing. We actually have 3 different community programs throughout the budget book. There's one in culture and recreation that funds a lot of the museums that we talk about. There's one in community development that funds 2 programs that we'll talk about, and then there's one in human services. These are programs that are external facing. That's why they're called community programs. I understand that maybe there's some desire to edit those to make it a little less confusing, so we'll look into that. The 2 programs that are funded through this budget, and I think Commissioner Howell mentioned one last week. First is the Mediation Center. They get a standard $8,000 each year to assist and provide that service, which helps our district court system. There also is funding that goes to Oak Lawn Transit Line. So basically, that's an unincorporated area of the county. This is funding that goes to Wichita Transit to operate that line because many folks in that area do not have access to cars. And so this was a program that was started. It's been bounced back and forth and discussed over the years, but it continues to remain in this budget. For now, the budget request is $46,795, which is the same as last year. Again, of that $8,000 is Mediation Center. The rest is that Oak Lawn Transit. So if there aren't any questions on that, I know I'm getting close on time. Oh, just kidding.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. My question is around the Oak Lawn Transit. Where is the information that shows us who has access to cars in our community?
Tim, do we have anything like that?
I'm going to have to check with the department and see what kind of data they have to display that.
Okay. And when do you think that we'll have that information?
I hope I can get it in 2 weeks.
Well, and we probably need to check with City Transit too. They may have data on that. I've not.
Okay, I just wonder where's the information that says we need to be selecting certain parts because of access to cars. So I appreciate
Okay,
that. Thanks.
fair enough. Okay, so the WSU Mill Levy, again, we have 1.5 mils that is set. Now, I will tell you something that is an issue with the Senate Bill 13, that state budget law, that was overlooked I think, in the discussions, and that is because the rate is statutorily set. If our assessed value goes up, which typically it does, then just by virtue of that going up, that alone could compel a revenue neutral rate mailer, because we must give them those 1.5 mils. The alternative would be to reduce it on other parts of the budget, which I don't think is really what the commission is after. So that is, again, just a consequence of some of the state legislative action that has happened. So again, we're putting a number in front of you right now based on estimates. We'll get official estimates from the county clerk and from what the appraiser produces on June 15th. So for now, we have requested on their behalf a budget of about $10 million. One thing that has changed, last year, if you remember, our collections were higher than we expected. Even with a $300,000 contingency that we had put in this fund, we couldn't pay WSU all of the money we owed them last year. It wasn't a bunch, but it was some. And so that $300,000 contingency has been there for a long time. It hasn't really been adjusted to reflect the growth in assessed value. So we are requesting to increase that contingency to $500,000. It is not spent. It cannot be spent unless revenue is there to support it. But we think it's time to bump that up so that we don't have a circumstance like we had last year. So this slide shows the 2022 budget request. We have not provided estimates to WSU or received their estimated program dollars. So I'm just showing you what last year's budget looked like, or I guess this year 2022's budget looked like. We would expect it to look very similar in next year's budget. So that concludes the Finance and Community Development presentations.
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. I'd like to see the heat map of the student support, including scholarships for their fund that they use. I'm just curious as to who is getting that funding for their schooling. Okay.
You
Thanks.
can make that request.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I was actually, we didn't say you wanted to have questions at the very beginning, so I had questions all the way back to the very beginning of this presentation, but we just got into one of those a minute ago. So the R&R rate for things that are statutorily set, we need to have legislation that would exempt that. So can we add that to our state legislative platform? How do we track that? Do I have to remember it, or is someone else going to capture that?
I'll capture it.
Okay. And then, based on simple math here, I'm a little surprised by the number here. So the 1.5 mil, is this the 9.963 for WSU? That includes the $500,000?
Yes,
So if I subtract that out and then divide by 1.5, that shows me what 1 mil equals?
it is, but it's also, bear in mind that that also includes motor vehicle taxes and all of those things that are ancillary to just the property tax levy. Because
Okay.
it's broken out separately, but it's a personal property function.
How much of the 9.96 is the 1.5 mils of property tax?
So I think in our forecast.
Or better yet, let me ask another question. What's 1 mil generate in this estimate?
So we have a 4% growth on top of our 5.3, so it was 5.5. Is it 5.8? Is that right? 5.7? So 5.7 million.
7, okay. Not today, but later on, I'd like to have another digit under that number, please.
Okay.
Okay. And just a comment, the grants page is still down. I think, I've checked this once in a while, and it's been down for a while.
It has.
Is it coming back up?
Yes, it is. That was one of the projects that our grants analyst was working on, and then he departed. So we are working with our new staff to get that figured out as soon as possible.
While we're having this discussion, is there a way for us to get a report that maybe not be, and that may not be from the website, but can we get a report on kind of where we are with grants right now? Do we have a way to generate the report for commissioners to see
Like,
that?
which ones we have, or,
Well, that summary page we've had in the past, that should, and it even breaks it out by different.
right, lots of
health-
detail.
Health grants, whatever. I like to look at that once in a while and see, number one, how have things changed? I think at this point, it might be, especially with this discussion today, would be important to see that. I've been watching this page for a while, and I've not been able to see that page for, I don't know how many, I'm gonna say maybe half a year or longer, so it's been a while. With the inspection, with the issue of the grant writer or grant person, are they doing the seeking of grants or the granting of grants to outside? Are they doing both?
The vision would be to do both. At this point, we are not in a position to know what grants would be externally facing, so right now we're focused more on building that internal capacity and helping departments, trying to figure out how they would like information to figure out if they have grants that might align with their strategic goals. We've provided that information to DRS, so they're helping us come up with a strategy to do that. And then, yes, someday if we're in a position to do granting outside, they will be responsible for that as well.
So out of our total budget, I'd like to see how it's changed. What's our reliance on grant funds, and how has that changed? And, maybe last year going forward, what's our expectation going forward? Especially with all this federal grant, all this temporary grants, CARES and ARPA, it's hard for me to keep track of exactly where we are without those things.
Sure.
Changing things right now.
I think
Does it come up on my phone?
so.
We can
If
look at it
you
again.
have the chance and you're behind your budget summaries tab, we actually have lists of federal state assistance funds about halfway down on page 12. And so you can see actuals, adopted and revised budget, and then what is in the requested 2023 budget. Of course, 2023 doesn't yet include pay adjustments or any of those things. And then it breaks it out in more detail on pages 13 and 14. So you can see the intergovernmentals. And then the very back page, 19 of budget summaries, under intergovernmental shows the value of different categories of revenue per year. So that at least gets us started, but then yes, we can work on getting you that list of grants. Since we're going through audit, we've had to compile that, so.
Commissioner Cruz just pointed out that on her laptop, that she's able to see some stuff I can't see on my smartphone. Maybe there's a technology difference. I used to always look at this on my smartphone, so I know it used to work, but maybe it's just my problem. Maybe it's not really a website problem.
Okay.
So I'll take a look at that again. Thank you for the information you just shared a second ago. And then I would ask, you talked about debt service. Are we going to have a debt projection in terms of any planned debt, or what's our debt status today?
Yes, you have forecasted our tentative CIP beautifully.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, I wanted to see that, and I know since we're talking about debt service, I wanted to talk about debt level as well. All right. That's all my questions for now, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay, do you guys want a quick break or you want to jump right into CIP?
Let's do CIP. You want a break? I'm sorry. We'll take a short break.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody set a time?
John, are we ready? If we want to be ready? Okay, good deal. I know he's coming around, so we'll give him a couple seconds. Get this show on the road. Get it? CIP on the road? Very punny.
Hey, I want to welcome everyone back from break, and we're now going to talk about the capital improvement plan.
We sure are. So just a reminder, this is not in your binders, but you do have a number of handouts. You'll have a PowerPoint that is jointly produced by Finance and Public Works. And then there's also a couple of handouts with some of the details and deep dive information that you will see throughout the presentation. And God bless Lorian for bringing me my glasses. Thank you. Just saved the presentation. Okay, so just a reminder, this is not anywhere in a financial forecast yet. This is a tentative recommended CIP. We have not had an opportunity to talk with any commissioners about this, so please be gentle. And let us know, please interrupt as we go through and ask questions if you want to. I'll go through the first section, then Lynn from Public Works from CIP will come up and present his portion on Road and Bridge, and then I'll come back up to do kind of a financial summary toward the end. So we do have a policy that we adhere to with capital improvement plans. A capital project you will see is something that has to do with the county asset except heavy equipment, vehicles, operating equipment, office furniture and equipment, or software. So technology is not a part of our capital improvement plan, and that makes us a little different than what a lot of communities will do. But again, we have the Technology Review Board that is set up to kind of parallel this. So if it's $50,000 and new construction, expansion, renovation, or a replacement project for an existing asset, it's a capital improvement program or project. Or if it's a major maintenance or rehabilitation project, that's $25,000 or more and has a life of at least 5 years. It qualifies as a capital improvement project. So the point of all of this is similar to what we've talked about on technology, to have a coordinated, comprehensive plan across the county where we have subject matter experts weigh in and make sure that we are taking care of our assets. And we try and prioritize all of those projects and then fit them into a budget. And then, of course, it's a tool by which we communicate with citizens just like the rest of the budget. So the hard work of putting together a CIP, and it is hard work to review this many projects and talk through priorities because we really have a lot of good projects that you'll hear about today, is done by this team with the CIP committee. You will notice that most of them are here in the room. Most of them are members of Sedgwick County, but then of course we are joined by Scott Wadle, who is the planning director, who helps us especially from kind of the comprehensive plan strategy and helps us kind of understand what's happening on the city side as well. So early in the year, folks are sent an email to submit requests. If there's not something that's already in progress, they can submit new plans, and that goes to, if it's a facility project, it will go to project services. They'll do some work to help put together some estimates and submit that into our application. And then all of that information is compiled into a nice big book. And we start to meet as a CIP committee and discuss those. And of course, all of that requires prioritization, just like everything else when it comes to money. So each committee member will vet each project and score each project on all of these 13 criteria. And then we take all of that information and aggregate it as a starting point. And then we sort them into categories. So just because a project gets a certain score doesn't necessarily mean it goes directly into a specific category. Sometimes there are extenuating circumstances that we want to take into account. So what you will see today are 4 classifications. The first is category 1. It is a high priority project. Maybe there's a critical component to it, some kind of urgency. Or it's a project that's consistent with some preventive maintenance schedule that's already in place. Category 2 is maybe the need is not quite as urgent. It's still necessary, but it's not something that has to happen next year. So those typically will be funded in the second and third years of the capital improvement program. Category 3 are projects that, yes, are needed. There's enough definition to understand them, but they're not as critical as the other two categories. And then finally, Category 4 is what we call the watch list. So those are not funded, but they do remain on the horizon until we either get more direction or more information. So once we have those discussions and try and sort them into 4 groups, then I take that information and go back and try and put it together into a financial plan. And sometimes that works well, and sometimes it doesn't. And so what I will do is send back a proposal to the CIP committee to look at and vet, and then we kind of beat that around a little bit and try and figure out what can we all live with related to both the urgency of the project and the ability to fund it. So what you're going to see today is the tentative CIP that we have come up with. Again, no commissioner feedback at this point, and I will again ask to please be gentle. So we are going to present this today. We will take your feedback and deliver a recommended budget to you on July 13th that will have whatever we think we understand there's a consensus for. And then, of course, it will be adopted with the rest of the budget in August. So now we're going to jump into the details of facilities and drainage. And so for this, obviously all of this stuff will be up on the slide, but you also have a handout that looks like this at your seats. And so this takes all of that information and puts all on the front page, it's all of the projects. The back page talks about funding. In the aggregate, what's facility, what's drainage, what's cash, what's bond, what's the impact to the financial forecast, all of that is on the back end. So we will get through all of this information, but I just want you to understand what's available. So if we look at our Category 1, again, those are our highest priority, or we have a long-term maintenance schedule that's already in place. You'll see that there are 2 drainage projects at the top. D25 is our flood control system. Some of you may recall that historically this was $500,000 per year, but based on the plan that has been submitted, and again, this is jointly funded between the city and the county, half and half, there's some levy accreditation that's coming up, and so we have some work to do. So that is what is the basis for this CIP request, and especially that big jump in 2027. So then D21 are improvements beginning at the outlet of the drainage system at Country Lakes Addition in Hayesville. That project was actually significantly funded in this year's budget. This is the second year of that funding. Then, of course, we have roofs. That is, again, just a maintenance schedule that we have. There was some work to update that whole plan back in 2009, 2010. And it is regularly updated, and so those replacements are done as needed. Similarly, we have parking lots, again, preventive maintenance schedule that has been adopted for county-owned buildings. And so basically this takes those recommendations into account, and then that pavement and everything is done. Okay, sorry, I thought there might be a question. Okay, so then moving down to the outdoor warning device replacement and new installations. So you all saw the briefing that kind of set the stage for this at your budget workshop in February. What we have done, and you will see this as we move through, but because of the additional costs that come up through this tentative CIP, what we are proposing is to do half to start on the system next year, but to fund it halfway, and then pick up in the later years. Again, that means replacing the whole system. So that's a cash-funded project because of the type of project that they are, and so that's why we were being a little not quite as robust as we normally would want to be. But it had been $110,000 before, so this is certainly an improvement from where it had been.
Why are we starting out at half instead of going up to the $656,000 right away?
Money. So, if you look at the back page of this handout, if you look at row 55, so this is the forecast for cash funded. That row 55 shows what had been in the plan. That was 1.4 million. That's what you've seen in the forecast till now. Based on what we're recommending today, that number increases to 3.4 million. So that's another $2.1 million of cost that will be added into the general fund. And so we were simply trying to find a way to balance all of that.
Okay. But the tornado kind of brought to light maybe the need for some additional sirens out in the county. We were briefed on it last February or March sometime that there are more possibly needed. So I don't know why we'd start at half.
Okay?
Okay, Commissioner Meitzner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please remind me, so this was a complete replacement. I remember when we had the review, it showed bird nests in some and not working in some. Can I just be reassured that, is this what all the communities are going to, is a true traditional siren replacement, or is there other options that I didn't ask it that day, I know, but
I'll go
I just want to
Rusty.
make sure we're going to spend a lot of money in the next 5 years, and I want to make sure that this is what's
I'll go and then Rusty can go behind
Okay,
me.
thank you.
Julie from the podium
right.
a week or two ago mentioned that other areas of the country are actually bringing siren systems down.
I know.
This proposal is to not only keep the siren system, but to renovate it and have Jonathan do analytics on, to Chairman Janice's point, coverage and to get the most coverage we can in the county versus what has really been historically a kind of a willy-nilly placement of sirens within the county, is to put some science to that and get the best coverage possible in the county through this siren system. That's, from my understanding, what's being proposed here if the commission frees up the money that we'd proceed ahead with. Rusty, is there anything you want to add to that?
That pretty well covers it. It was discussed that we would spread this out over, 5 years, 6 years, spread the cost out over years and do this in incrementally make this change to update the system. So,
Okay, well, I agree, and I'm supportive of fixing our current system. I just wonder if that's the right fix. As Julie mentioned, other communities are doing maybe other options or taking their whole systems down.
it's really a public policy decision and
I get it.
a community decision, sir. Statutorily, we're required to provide some type of
Sometime.
warning system, but it doesn't, the statute does not specify what type. It's multi-tiered, multi-layered approach,
Yeah.
and sirens is one aspect for outdoor warning.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. So on that note, it's overall, over the 5-year period, you have just almost $3 million. I guess I'd like to find out, what's the plan? Where do we plan to end up after 5 years? And I think right now, this also kind of highlighted the fact that we don't really have a policy as to where we place these things and whether or not one is, a certain population density, for example, is a trigger for needing to put a siren in. Someone asked me the other day about going back to technology, weather radios are pretty inexpensive. We could go back to a kind of a grant program and ask for those of people who want to have a weather radio provided by Sedgwick County. We could potentially give them one and save a lot of money here. And then you'd have them placed any place you want to have one. You can actually have one placed anywhere, and they're very specific. I mean, they're the ones that use that polygon trigger so that you don't get warned based on your zip code or whatever your location. They would be triggered only when something's happening in your area. But I think weather radios may be a better option here potentially, simply because people are indoors. They're not going to hear the outdoor sirens anyway. A lot of people won't. And I think we ought to maybe look at maybe a different way of doing this entirely. And with the $3 million, I just don't know where we're going to end up. Even if we did all these things, what's the plan? We don't have a plan.
Well, and we can talk to Julie certainly about that. I would tell you there's still yet another 1.5 years worth of cost for this program that's not reflected on this page, because I think when she talked to you, it was about $4.5 million total to do the project, so that's why you're only seeing $3 million here now. But yes, we can talk to Julie and come back and have some further conversation with commissioners.
I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people don't, if they understand that they're not supposed to rely on these outdoor warning systems, especially if they're indoors or whatever. If you offered me a weather radio, I probably would reject it. I don't feel like I need one. I have enough ways to know what's going on. I don't feel like I need this one also. For folks who want that, I think we ought to give it to them. And I think you're looking at tremendous savings by providing that piece of equipment to people who want it. It would not be 526,000 people. It'd be a tiny percentage of the people would want to have one of these, I would think. So I think there's a lot of savings available.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a real quick question around partnerships with cell phone carriers, and how are we already doing that? I mean, I know we have an app, but not everybody's going to have that app. But like a breakthrough, do we do that? Like when there's an amber alert or a silver alert, everybody's phones goes off that's in the area.
There's National Weather System alerting applications that exist outside of what emergency management does. And then we also were working this year through budget to implement a geofencing type public service announcement that emergency communications and emergency management would share. I need to see what the status on that project is, but so we've got some options for geofencing, sending messages to specific users based on their geographic location. So we have some of those options that are in place or being put in place this year.
Sure. Now, I know that wouldn't, completely eliminate it, because we'd obviously want to have more ways to alert people, and senior citizens might not have access to the cell phone like all of us youngsters on our hip all the time. But I would like to see just what that would entail. Thanks.
Okay, well, I think this one bears a little more study before we
Sure
make a
does.
decision on it.
That's just fine.
Okay, next.
Okay, so the next project is another one that we've spent a lot of time discussing over the years, and that is the Regional Forensic Science Center DNA Lab Edition. So, of course, we know we have conversations about what is mandated and what is not, but at this point, based on what they're working with and their services, Dr. Stedman was able to make a very compelling case to the CIP committee about why this needs to be funded sooner rather than later if we're going to be going down the same path we are today with the services that we provide today. And so what this would do is essentially expand where it already is. It would house a new DNA lab for evidence screening and forensic analysis. And it would be a neighboring lot that's already owned by the county, so we don't have any of that cost. And then the current space would be remodeled to accommodate the necessary growth for the toxicology and firearms labs. I think you've probably heard her talk about how she has had to take her break room and turn that into working space, especially because, as if you recall, with CARES, we spent funds getting some coolers, some morgue coolers. So that is taking up space, and they just simply don't have the space to operate the way they need to and maintain all of the integrity and everything that they feel is necessary in order to be able to testify to all of these things in court. So that is why we've kind of kicked this can down the road a lot of years. But based on the conversation and the presentation that she was able to provide us, we felt like this was something that was needed. And so that's why it's in next year's plan as a bond-funded project, which means we wouldn't actually start paying on the debt service for this until 2024. So I am certain there will be conversation about that, so I will pause.
I do not doubt that it is needed. I just wonder if we can get any help from the state of Kansas to help fund this thing, because a lot of the functions that we do, state of Kansas would have to perform if we weren't doing it. So I would sure like to see if we could get some kind of grant, or we already get some grants from the state of Kansas for the Forensic Science Center, but it'd be nice if they'd help us pay for this. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. There's a very specific number. Is there already a design that we're looking at?
I guess Tanya or Andrew, do you want to speak to that? Okay. Yes, there's a schematic design already in place, but I'll let her speak to that.
I guess, there's been a lot of discussion about these sex assault kits, and again, there's really not, they're sitting on a shelf, so to speak. If you're going to have them tested, apparently the time component's not really the issue because they've been sitting on the shelf for years already. I mean, you can send, if you're going to process those, you can process those in the state lab. I guess I'd like to know whether this facility has been reviewed, that it's not dealing with things that are, I think our lab should be things that are very timely for our courts, for our DA. If it's something that's not timely, I don't know, we need to add a larger facility for things that simply could go to the state, that we're not in a hurry for.
So I'll speak to that. As far as the sexual assault kit initiative that started back in 2016-ish, I think, 2017, most of those kits have gone to the state. Pretty much all of those kits have gone to the state for testing as part of their grant-funded pilot project. With the legislation that was just passed mandating that all police departments have a policy on sexual assault kit management and that every kit be submitted for analysis. Again, those kits are largely going to KBI. The Wichita Police Department and the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office have been in compliance with that standard since the pilot project ran through KBI. So our lab volume of sexual assault kits is not going to change much because of this legislation that just passed. It's going to be pretty consistent. The volume of caseload, the number of criminal cases, homicides, sexual assaults, and other crimes is continuing to rise, as well as the drug cases. The number of deaths have increased 2 years in a row, so the number of bodies moving through that facility have increased, and they just simply don't have the infrastructure capacity to add any machines or any technology because the electrical system is overloaded already. The firearms range is inadequate. It's not safe. In some instances, they've done some things to try to improve that, but they need the space in order to continue to manage the volumes of cases that they are managing for the district attorney, for the police department, for the sheriff's office, and they're doing federal cases out of that for the U.S. attorney here in Sedgwick County as well. So
to be clear, I'm not suggesting that these are not important priorities. I'm just simply saying if there's no investigation that's ongoing, there's no charges that are pending, there's no court case that's waiting for data. These are situations where they may have collected evidence, and there's no allegations stemming from maybe a police call that happened initially, and people have dropped the case. There's nothing happening. So the results of those tests would not result in any type of criminal charges or whatever. These are simply something that was collected and then put on the shelf and then not needed, so to speak. So
our laboratory is primarily focused on testing those that the DA and the police department need done, and cases that don't have a specific suspect or are not headed for prosecution, they generally are not processing those kits locally.
I guess I'd like to get some history on when was the last time this facility was updated, because I think if you compare the data back then versus what we have now, it's pretty justifiable. We need a larger facility, especially for some of the stuff that's going on that it is relevant to ongoing court cases and charges and things like that. I think that having a more timely facility for those things is certainly important. I just wanted to make sure, since it was such a specific number, this was reviewed with the idea that if this ties back to stuff that has been in the news about, shelves worth, hundreds or thousands of kits that haven't been tested, if this ties it back to that, I wanted to kind of make sure that's not what causes a larger facility here, because I don't think that's really the pressure here. That's all. Thank you, Chairman.
We can have Dr. Stedman come in and visit with you about that again if you'd like. So we can have Dr. Stedman come in and visit with you about that specifically.
Thanks.
Hey, don't say any more on this one.
Okay, so the next item is another one that has been on the radar for quite some time. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead for a second. This is replacing the Pavilion. I think maybe on your handout you can see it a little better, but this bottom picture here, that is the current Pavilion, and this is something that is rented out to folks in our community to use maybe as low-cost options for their family events and things like that. And so it is also going to update electrical service to well houses in addition to just rehabilitating the space. And so this is another one that had been kind of in the outer years, but just based on what we're able to see about how that facility looks and how it's used, especially with the increased demand on parks, The CIP committee felt like this is one that needed to be done, and then in addition has the opportunity to bring in some revenue to help offset some of that cost over time. The next item
Just a
is,
minute.
oh, sorry.
Commissioner Cruz.
Which pavilion is this?
This is the Lake Afton Park Pavilion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next one is something that certainly has been up in conversation. We wanted to make sure it was addressed, though we will not be surprised if this is something that is accelerated into this year, and this is to make improvements to the camera system at JDF. It was a program that had been in a prior CIP in an outer year. We haven't had that conversation yet with commissioners, but this is a request that's still on the table, so we included it at least for next year's funding. And then we expect maybe we'll have that conversation about accelerating that here soon.
And it gives audio.
Yes,
Okay.
and adds some additional cameras, I believe.
There's options there, Chairman. We have a separate discussion based on task force recommendations on June 10, where we'll dig into the weeds on that. There's other options, so.
Okay.
Okay, the next one are Health Department facility upgrades. This is the facility there on 9th Street. And this has been phased in over time to make improvements to that facility. Again, this is one that the county has recently acquired. It is now our property after kind of a long-term situation where the city owned the facility, but we were using it. And so there are many improvements that need to be made to that facility, including LED lighting. Ceilings are going to be replaced. There's going to be some paint. There's going to be an HVAC update. Electrical service and panels are going to be updated, as well as fire alarms. And then the final project on this slide is the Redwick Restroom replacement. That is another one that had been in the outer years, but they were able to send some updated pictures of what that particular restroom looks like now, and it's not good. It's 40 plus years old, and so it's a restroom and shower building. They're difficult to clean, there's poor drainage, there's low spots where water will stand, and it's not ADA compliant. So we want to get that one addressed pretty quickly. The next two projects are the final projects in our Category 1, based on our tentative CIP. And the first one is Courthouse Police Access Control Replacement. This is another one that was in the prior CIP. So basically, there is a system that is the primary access control for the main courthouse, the historic courthouse, the parking garage, the public safety building, Munger, and Reagan. And it is used also widely outside of just the downtown complex. So this transitions all of those to the same system. And then it would be compatible with the City of Wichita's system. And I think there's some real security concerns, and so that's a priority to get that upgraded from our perspective. And then the last one, and I'm going to need help, Andrew, so prepare yourself, is public safety building paralleling switchgear modernization. Right? So I'm going to try and put that in English, and then Andrew's going to come correct me when I mess it up. So basically, this is a backup power system, is what I understand it to be. And if we don't replace it, then we risk our 911 center going down and not being able to stand back up pretty quickly. So, Andrew, what did I mess up?
Andrew Dills, Director of Facilities. Basically, the paralleling switchgear, there's two generators that start up in a power outage, and the paralleling switchgear will synchronize those generators running simultaneously, so if one of them falls off, the public safety doesn't notice, and the building keeps running and operating. The switchgear itself is old enough now that parts are not available, so this will become a modernization to upgrade the switchgear so that we can get parts when it does go out.
Didn't we do something similar to this at the jail a year or so ago?
Correct, yeah, on half of the generators.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. So if we look at the subtotal line here, this is for all Category 1 projects. You see that the estimate is $10.7 million in next year's capital improvement program. And then there are costs throughout, just again, because of preventive maintenance schedules or drainage projects. So that in total, this is $20.3 million worth of requests over the 5-year horizon. So again, just a few pictures here to illustrate some of the requests and issues. You've heard about that top one there is a drainage project. You can see Regional Forensic Science Center. You can see the parks facilities, and then the bottom right is a snapshot from that slideshow you saw about the sirens. So now we'll move to Category 2. Again, Category 2 is something where they're needed. Oh,
Excuse me.
sorry, just kidding.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we go on, I'd just like to say, replacing the bathroom or the restroom at LAP, what about just fixing whatever the problems are? Do we need to replace the facility?
I think from what they've seen, it is in such poor repair that it's not really capable. They've been doing that as time has gone on, and it's just no longer in that shape, but I'll let Tim speak to that.
That's correct, and we have a renovation, we have an estimate related to a full renovation, and the renovation cost was, I believe, $340,000, and it would still be a 40-year-old restroom. So if we can replace for just $40,000 more, it seems to make sense to go ahead and do that.
It seems like a lot of money for a restroom. It just seems like I'd like to have someone, is this like a brick and mortar building?
It is, and we'd be glad to come by and show you what it would look like.
One reason I bring that up, between that and the pavilion, that's almost $700,000 for those two items. And it seems like, if we could fix what is there or find less expensive ways to do that, it might reserve some money for the water hookups on the other side of the lake. I continue talking. I know it's probably in the list or something.
It is.
So again, it seems like you could take the same amount of money and potentially maybe find a better. Anyway, we'll talk about that later, I guess. It seems like a lot of money for $700,000 for renovating a pavilion, and then I guess replacing a restroom. I would like to see us maybe not spend quite so much money on those two things.
Well, and I think we can look at that. I will tell you one of the things that we're seeing is that many of the projects that we have had in outer years of the capital improvement program for years now, and we just kind of keep kicking them. It's getting more expensive to fix them and more expensive to take care of it, and that wear and tear is really coming on. So that's why we decided because of that increased use at the parks, we need to have a better
How
experience.
much was
for
our
folks.
EMS station we built out on Webb Road?
1.4?
It was that high?
Yeah. Between land acquisition and the
So you got the
facility.
land acquisition.
I will have to look at that part.
I think it was like 0.8.
That I do
That was
not
an entire
remember.
facility. That was a very large facility, and so I compare that to something like this and thinking, I guess I'd like to maybe change the way we do some of these things. I don't know, we ought to be doing as much of this brick and mortar if we can find things that provide the needs for these needs that they're nice buildings. They're just not built for 100 years. Anyway, all right, thank you.
And I've toured every single one of these facilities out of Lake Afton because I'm the one that gets the emails when people are not happy with the condition of the facilities. And then Tim gets the email from me, and they are in very, very poor condition.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty cheap, so it's got to be bad if we're ready to spend money. Okay. Category 2, again, the need is not as urgent or well-defined, but we do think it's a priority, just maybe not for next year. So what you will see on here is the EMS Garage Facility is the first item we have listed. I don't think anybody's a fan of the facility, but I think we recognize that this is a regulation that the state has handed down, and we have been cited for it once before, and so we want to make sure that we are compliant with that. So that is why it is in the CIP, and you can see that the expectation is to fund that with bonds. The next item is the Cottonwood Shelter at Sedgwick County Park. So basically this would take that old bait shop building and turn it into a rentable shelter with restrooms, a kitchen, and a meeting room. Next is the Boundless Playscape. So you all have seen recently a grant that was received by Parks related to replacing that rubber playscape out there. Oh, just kidding. That's in my notes, but I shouldn't have taken it out because that's moved to the category 3. I'm sorry, ignore me. Okay, Redwick Restroom. That's the real one. My apologies. So this is, if you saw on the other one, that was the west restrooms. This would replace the east restrooms, which are not quite in as bad a shape as those west ones. So again, it's a 40-plus-year-old building and the same types of issues where it's not ADA compliant, restrooms and showers. And so you can see the cost for that one is also relatively significant. Moving to the historic courthouse data center environmental equipment refresh. So some of the environmental equipment that's used in the historic courthouse to kind of manage the, I'm going to say climate environment for our technology needs to be updated. So there's going to be an air handler unit that needs to be replaced. There's going to be an uninterruptible power supply, which is the battery backup for outlets in the data center that support servers and networking equipment. And then a power distribution unit, which are fed with power from that uninterruptible power supply and regulate the power going to the equipment in the room. So that is why it's not on TRB, because it actually has to do with controlling the environment in which all of our servers and data center equipment is housed. And you can see that is a pretty healthy price tag as well. You can see, though, that this is not one that we would bond fund, even though the dollars are significant, and that is because of the nature of the equipment that we're working on wouldn't necessarily have the useful life that bond funding would require. Next is the main courthouse perimeter security. So basically, bollards or some kind of rocks or something that would go along the front of the building to prevent folks from being able to drive into the courthouse. And so that would prevent a vehicle from accidentally or intentionally getting into the courthouse lobby. Next is the main courthouse exterior brick project. This is also one that was on a prior CIP. So for this, and this is another one where I've stepping outside my comfort zone, so Andrew, be on deck. The glazed brick on the exterior of the main courthouse is spalling. So we want to repair the brick and seal all openings that are installed at the top of the courthouse, because that water is entering and forces the surface to peel, pop out, or flake off. So, okay, I'm going to keep going. So next, I'm sad Mike Papoon isn't in the room to hear this one. But this is main courthouse and historic courthouse public elevator upgrades. So all of the 6 in the lobby here, as well as the elevator across the street in the historic courthouse, would be phased in to be modernized, and their cab interiors would also be refreshed. So what they have found is that the components that are needed to service these elevators really aren't in production or supported by the original manufacturer anymore. And then it would also upgrade the areas surrounding the elevator controls in the historic courthouse to make it compliant with what MABCD requires. So the next one is the adult detention facility dishwasher exhaust duct. So basically that exhaust duct work has numerous holes in it and is in bad condition because of the moisture from that dishwasher. And so basically it's not able to have enough power to get that exhaust out. That can build up moisture in the duct and have leaks form into areas causing damage to ceilings and walls. So that's one we need to get addressed fairly quickly as well. So the second slide of category 2, the Public Works Salt Storage Building at the East Yard. Basically it's a small wood structure right now that has been in service for more than 30 years. The idea would be to replace it with a larger steel framed fabric structure that's similar to what's out at the north and west yards. It will be safer to operate in and then provide greater capacity for storage so they won't have to restock in the middle of when they're in snow operations. The next one is a power factor correction at the adult detention facility at the main courthouse and then also the historic courthouse. And basically what this aims to do is improve our power quality. So right now we get charged penalties if we're not producing the right amounts of power. And so what this would do would reduce the load on that system, increase energy efficiency, and also reduce our charges, and it also decreases the likelihood of instability and failure of equipment. So I think something that's kind of interesting, the information was provided, we're charged a penalty for power factors under 90%. So at the adult detention facility, we're at 85. At the main courthouse, we're at 87. And at the historic courthouse, we're at 82. So this would bring all of those up to 90 and help us avoid those penalties that we're paying. Next is the playground structure at Lake Afton Park. This is another one that's been in the CIP for some time. That playground structure was manufactured by an entity that's no longer in business, so they can't get replacement parts. It's usable, but at a reduced rate, and so this would also make the playground furniture there ADA compliant. Next is, I know, Commissioner Howell's favorite, campsite, water hookups. So this would be at Lake Afton Park, and what it would do is add potable water to 42 campsites on the west side of Lake Afton. Right now, only 16 of the 220 electrical campsites also have water hookups, and this would increase that number to 58. Next is a project that's new to the CIP, but these are floating docks at Sedgwick County Park. There are 3 of them. They are 25 plus years old. Were built using treated lumber and plastic floats. They have gotten multiple complaints on the condition, and so what they would want to do is replace them with modern aluminum docks with a 50-year life expectancy. Next is the DA Juvenile Building Children in Need of Care File Storage Conversion. This is another project that's been on the CIP for a bit, and basically what this would do is a partial remodel of that juvenile building to create additional storage space on the second floor for case files used in sync cases. And so after a structural evaluation, the existing floor structure wouldn't be adequate to support that. And so this project would add storage or floor beams under the storage area, and then also would provide the relocation and addition of existing workstations and shelving units, as well as new light fixtures. And then the final project on our Category 2 list is EMS Access Control. So what this would provide is the same activated door lock and access system at all EMS facility entrances, kind of what we use today here. And it would provide connectivity to control access credentials, also individually or globally, which would provide some additional security for our EMS folks at those posts. So what you can see here, again, Category 2 means it's not in year 1 of the CIP. So you'll see totals start in 2024 and go through 2027. All told, these projects total $8.5 million. And here are some pictures of some elevators in the main courthouse building, because I wasn't sure how to do
Commissioner Cruz.
other pictures.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm looking at line 21, and we're talking about ADF. So the Adult Detention Facility is also known as the Sedgwick County Jail?
Yep.
Okay, so if we go to the sheriff's budget on page 309, how does this sheet, the capital improvements, where does it rest on this?
It is not yet included. We haven't included this in the budget or the forecast yet. We're waiting to get feedback from commissioners. And because this project would be done in 2024, it actually wouldn't even show up in their 2023 budget, based on the way it's slotted here on,
Okay.
if that makes sense. Because right now, when we present the budget book to you, the capital improvement section at the back will have all 5 years, but we will only include cash funding for projects and departments that have projects in 2023. And so if we do this in '23, you would see it as a capital improvement listed in the sheriff's budget when we recommend a budget to you, but we are not yet to that stage. We're just trying to get feedback from you today.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
No further?
Okay, we will jump to category 3.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Commissioner Howell?
For elevator upgrades, seems like that might be a candidate for bond.
They potentially could be, parts of it could be. The interior refresh could be. The replacement of actual equipment to operate it could be. But we would basically need to go in and understand that every component that's going in there will survive at least 20 years. And that's where I don't necessarily have the confidence that that's really going to happen. So we can delve into that and look at it, but.
I guess I don't know if we plan on actually replacing the elevator. Sounds like we are. A lot of money. So obviously you have to maintain that because it's a mechanical,
Right.
electromechanical system. You have to maintain that. So I'm not suggesting that it would be not something you have to maintain sometime during the 20 years, but it seems like the 99% of that is building.
I mean, and I can talk with Andrew more and understand more deeply what's going on and see if it would be a candidate for bond funding.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, category 3. So again, these are on the horizon. We want to assure folks that it's on the radar, but it's just not as critical as the other things that we have talked about so far today. So the first one on this list is Ems Post One. This has obviously been on the CIP for some time. This is the post that's by the old Riverside Hospital, and it's owned by Via Christi Health. There's no real formal agreement, and we do expect that we may need to move at some point with minimal notice. And so this project is on the radar, but the current post is serviceable and it's had recent repairs, so that's why we haven't bumped it up quite as high on the list, just based on those circumstances. Next on the list is EMS.
Sorry, just a moment.
Okay.
Commissioner Howell?
Just again, so I think we need to have a discussion about what type of building we want to build here. This is nearly $2 million for a post, assuming we already have the land in this case. So we have to demo and replace.
Well, so this is the one that's owned by Via Christi.
Right.
And EMS has requested to find a different spot.
So,
So we probably would have some land acquisition. I don't know if
again,
that has been fully
it's really a
discussed.
very specific number. So I guess I would be curious to know if this number includes a land piece. It's very specific. $1,986,034.
There's been no architecture work done on this, and there's been no land search or acquisition efforts on this yet. So I think this was a number that was generated 5 or 6 years ago, and then they just update it for inflation.
I'll just say this, yeah, I like the brick and mortar buildings, they're beautiful, they're very nice, but I think if you look at that building on Webb Road, it's also very nice. So if we can settle our policy position on what type of building do we want to build, I would be surprised if we would need $2 million for that type of a.
I'm being informed that the dollar amount there is based on the last post that we built, adjusted for inflation, from Tanya.
We've built several since I've been here, so.
The last one was on North Webb, correct?
This is based on construction bids for post 15.
Okay.
And there is $463,000 in for land.
That's part of the $2 million here? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so next is EMS video surveillance. So this is similar to the access control. There would be surveillance cameras and monitoring systems installed at all facilities to incorporate into the existing surveillance system that's operated here out of the courthouse. They're hoping that this would address some of the vandalism and theft issues that are sometimes experienced at these posts, and is a direct response to employee feedback on the desire to have these added. Next on the list is adult field services, facility upgrades. This is another one that's been in the CIP. It would remove carpet in our high-traffic areas and replace with finished concrete. Do some other improvements for carpet and replacing rubber tile. It would do some paint. Also, if you remember that glass wall that's in there, it would modify that and replace with a solid wall, which should also help with our energy costs. And then would replace the storefront in the courtyard with an insulated glass system and aluminum. And then there's a number of other small improvements that would be made to that facility. Next, speaking of extension this morning, this is a new project to the CIP this year. The request is to update finishes in the 4H hallway and public restrooms, because those are all original to the building back in 1993. And so it would update those finishes and provide efficient water and lighting fixtures. So that's why it's spread out there over 2 years. The next project is the replacement of 4 gazebos at Sedgwick County Park. There was a question about whether that's still something that's even desired, because this is another one that's been on the list for a long time. And yes, there is some good use of that. So that is why it remains here, and they are past the point of being repairable. Next is what I tried to tell you about earlier. Sorry, the Boundless Playscape. So in 5 years, we expect that the worn rubber base under that play equipment will need to be updated. So that is why it's in the CIP there, the first and the final year of the CIP. Next are the main courthouse stairwell door assembly updates. So what this would do is remove and replace the doors and door hardware and that are needed to update the fire door assemblies on our egress stairwells here in this building. These fire-rated door assemblies protect the vertical space from heat, flame, and smoke exposure for a minimum time frame to allow occupants safer egress and refuge in the event of a fire emergency. And obviously this sticks well in our minds after our excitement there at the beginning of 2020. So that is in the CIP. The final item on this slide is the Public Works Open Face Vehicle Storage Building. Basically, this would add a building to Public Works, Andale, Clonmel, and North Yards. And so this would extend the life of vehicles owned and operated by Public Works by sheltering them from the elements. The next two, the final two in our category 3, are ones, again, that come up year after year. We want to do them, but they're not necessarily the highest priority relative to other projects that come up. And one of those is a new dog park, fitness course, and disc golf at Sedgwick County Park. And then the final one would take that space where the JRBR facility was located out at Lake Afton and turn that into usable space. And so that would be a vault toilet, a fitness trail, and a disc golf course. So that is it for category 3. You can see all told this group of projects is about $5.2 million in this tentative CIP. So this shows you the Boundless Playscape, that EMS Post One, the extension building, and our CIP committee members from a few years ago standing out on the what used to be the basketball court at JRBR. So now we'll talk about the watch list. So again, these aren't projects that are kicked out of the CIP. It's that we still need more information or more direction and guidance from the commission on what you would like us to do. So the first one is the historic courthouse exterior stone repair. And so what this would do is replace and repair the deteriorated limestone foundation blocks over there and secure loose stone elements and remove all biological matter. I think it's just not as, with the price tag it's not currently the highest priority. So that's why it sits on a watch list, though we may need to, at some point we may need to pull that off. The next two are items that were referenced during your budget workshop back in February. There's still a lot of conversation about what is possible with putting an emergency management preparedness warehouse EOC facility together with the public health emergency program that's operated by the health department and like a drive-through facility. I think both Rusty and Tim are working with their folks to understand what the needs are. I know that we have gotten a proposal for what a consolidated site could look like, but I don't know that that's been passed and vetted by the staff who would work out of there. So I expect that we'll have more information from you or for you at some point related to these two requests. But we wanted to assure you they are on the radar. We're just still trying to figure out what the next step should be. The next one is the construct a new EMS West post. This is another one that has moved on the CIP to the watch list and on the CIP and on the watch list, with the idea that I don't think anyone truly has an understanding right now of where that post ought to go. And so I think there's still more analysis that needs to be done on that front, and again, some more direction, I think, from the commission on what your preferences are about physical posts, where they're located, and what those look like. Same thing with the EMS Post 4 replacement. Not saying it's not necessary, just need a little more direction and guidance from the commission on what your expectations are for that facility. That one is a facility that's provided by Via Christi St. Joseph and has a one-bay garage. And so the request would be to actually get new property, construct a new facility with 2 bays. The next two are items, again, that we've talked about quite a bit over the years, or the last few years. First is the Fire Station 37 relocation. And that is the fire station that's out near Bel Air. And it would replace that existing aged square foot facility with something that's a little more in line with what other fire stations look like. And then finally is the fire district storage facility. This is one we discussed last year. They are looking for a storage facility for 2 reserve engines, a tender, and 2 reserve squads plus equipment. Right now it's scattered throughout the county, and some of it's not stored in a climate-controlled location. So they would like to pursue that, but again, as we're talking about sites and consolidating space and some of those things, I know that that's on the radar to see if there would be a way to accommodate that, maybe even the EMS garage discussion too. So those are things that are on the radar for additional discussion, but we're not ready to propose to you today to fund. So with that, again, bearing in mind that those watch list programs are not listed here because they're not funded, not requested to be funded, we are looking at an overall facility and drainage tentative CIP worth $34 million. And of that, about $11.1 million would be anticipated to be funded through bonds, the rest through cash. And with that, I will turn it over to Lynn, and I'll be back in a bit after he's presented to talk about the financial side of this.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lynn Packer, your Deputy Director of Public Works, and I am here to give Lindsay a much-deserved break. Okay, so while you guys were on break, I did put a handout in front of you titled Projects and Funding Sources by Department for the 2023-2027 Capital Improvement Program. That is our typical consolidated projects sheet that we have proposed thus far. It is still a draft. And what we'll be talking about will be loosely following those, but I am not going to go through these project by project. Okay, first we'll talk about our county infrastructure. We currently maintain 609 miles of road and 603 bridge structures. We maintain more bridges than any other jurisdiction in the entire state, with the exception of KDOT. We now have almost 19 miles of multi-use paths up in the unincorporated portion of the county. Public Works maintains over 14,500 traffic signs and markers, as well as 32 traffic signals. On average, we carry over 1.5 million vehicle miles per day on our road network. So our projects come into 4 categories, or purposes, if you will, and they are to maintain, to enhance, to expand and add quality of place. Under the maintaining our roads and bridges makes up the bulk of our projects. These projects, such as are considered like our annual preventive maintenance projects under what we call our 175s, and also our various bridge replacement and rehabilitation projects. Enhancing the infrastructure includes widening bridges, adding center lanes, turn lanes, and making roadside improvements, projects such as those. Under expansion, our third category, that includes, for example, constructing like a two-lane highway and reconstructing it to a 4 or 5-lane highway. We also under expansion is constructing new roads or bridges where we don't currently exist. Don't have a lot of places like that, but there are still a few left in the county. The quality of place category includes projects such as the hike and bike paths, sidewalks, improvements or additions to public parks and other public places. So our projects have two main goals. One is to perform preventive maintenance about every 6 years on our roadways that we maintain. And then number two is to replace or rehabilitate about 30,000 square feet of our 2.1 million square feet of bridge deck each year. This is representative of a 70-year service life for our bridges. And I do want to take a minute to note that that second goal is a new metric that we have just started. We talked about it last year during CIP and noted that we were evaluating the use of a new metric. Previously, a bridge was a bridge. We were on task with replacing 12 bridges a year. That meant a $4 million large bridge was one bridge, as was $400,000 simple bridge replacement. We got credit for one bridge either way, and that made it when we're replacing those larger bridges, it made it very difficult budget-wise because of those constraints. To look at it a different way, we were losing ground on major road rehab because they were being taken by the bigger bridge projects. So we've moved to a metric that takes the size of the bridge into account. And we're hoping what we'll see with this is we'll have a maintainable goal without taking away from other infrastructure. So some highlights for the 2023 projects in this 5-year CIP. We have increased construction funding on 3 bridge projects and 1 road project. And we've increased funding for our preventive maintenance projects, what I previously referred to as our R175s. Costs for construction continues to increase. You've heard it several times. We have basically in this area, there are too many projects and not enough materials and not enough labor to go around. We've proposed an overall increase of $1.5 to $2 million per year through 2027 just to keep our preventive maintenance at the current goal set. To help offset that increase, we have proposed a decrease in funding to our miscellaneous drainage projects, which we refer to as our R264 projects, as well as the cold mix replacement program, which is known as R350. We'll use carryover savings as needed for drainage projects, and we are introducing 3 projects in this CIP to reconstruct cold mix and thin asphalt roads in this 5-year CIP. We have moved the North Greenwich project actually from 2024 construction up to 2023 construction to take advantage of state funds through the local bridge improvement program. That freed up $150,000 in local sales tax that we're going to be able to spread onto other projects. We also added a project to make major repairs on our stormwater pump station 14. This is a 12-year-old pump station located on 45th Street, adjacent to the Little Slough there at Ridge Road, that is maintained by the City County Flood Control Department, but it is entirely funded by county funds. Maintenance, repairs, and upgrades are necessary to keep the pump station running. Okay, maintaining our road systems. We are, over this 5-year CIP, we're proposing $1 million for right-of-way and utility relocations, $53.5 million for our preventive maintenance, our R175 projects, $2 million total over the 5 years for miscellaneous drainage projects, $200,000 for that aforementioned Pump Station 14 repairs, and we also have $350,000 proposed for a traffic signal replacement at 47th and Oliver. For maintaining our bridges, we still have 2 major rehabilitation jobs on our CIP that are going to be constructed next year in 2023 and then 2025. The total spend is about $6.3 million for those 2 projects, but it's a significant savings over replacement itself. The goal is to get about 20 or more years out of each of those structures. Both of those were built in the 70s, I believe. A new CIP project dedicated to bridge maintenance was introduced last year. This project will repair multiple bridges every other year with the goal of delaying major rehabs and replacement projects. It will now start in 2024 instead of 2025. And there are a total of 24 bridge projects identified in the 2023-2027 CIP. For road enhancements, you guys are all aware, we're well underway with the North Junction Gold phases, and those are under construction. We still have money we owe on them for our portion, though. So we've programmed approximately $2.2 million in 2023, and an additional $3.3 million in 2024 to cover our portion of those construction costs. Project R348 is basically a pavement improvement project on 135th Street north of 53rd Street North that will serve the Mays Industrial Park with the anticipated increase in truck traffic. That's scheduled for construction in 2025. Projects R53 and R354 were previously delayed projects that were scheduled for construction in 24 and 25 now. These projects will make needed safety improvements along Ridge Road from 53rd Street North all the way up to 85th Street North. Additional.
Hold on a minute, Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, so you just said that those have been delayed?
Those were previously delayed.
Okay, excuse me, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yes, we got them on
I'm
track.
glad I heard you wrong, thank you.
Additional enhancements include projects R356 and R357, which will construct in 23 and 24. These projects will make significant enhancements to 61st Street North and 151st Street West so that this route can be used for heavy truck traffic to and from the recently enhanced Element ethanol plant. The final section of the East Kellogg improvements in Sedgwick County is making its way to construction. You guys have recently been apprised of that information. We submitted a letter of intent to Secretary Lorenz to contribute $4.4 million to that project, which will be split, or we're proposing to split over 2025 and 2026. Another project that will improve safety in our community is the Calfskin Creek Watershed Flood Mitigation Project. As you may recall, this is a proposed partnering project with the City of Wichita, where we have submitted a BRIC application. It's a $40 million project that is going to reduce flooding along the Calfskin Creek in western Sedgwick County and northwest Wichita. We've allocated $5 million for our portion of that project that will, in 2025 is when we're projecting those funds to be needed if our application is awarded. As Scott mentioned earlier when he was talking about the Public Works Stormwater budget, we won't know probably until late summer, September-ish, if we have been awarded that project or not. Overall, we're proposing to add 5 new road reconstruction projects in the CIP that will replace cold mix and thin asphalt roads, add shoulders, and improve roadside ditches. Road system expansion. With Project R328, we're continuing to invest in the future expansion of the road and highway systems. KDOT agreed a couple years ago to increase the annual funding of the Northwest Expressway with a dollar for dollar match of the county's contribution up to $1 million. We can now achieve $10 million in funds over 5 years with the proposed $1 million per year from the county. The cities of Mays and Goddard have agreed to reimburse the county $5,000 each year between 21 and 2025. We anticipate continuance of that partnership in 26 and 27 as is represented in this proposed CIP. For quality of place, we have another bike path, a multi-use project, multi-use pathway project that is going to be, it was introduced last year, and it was just recently entered into the design phase, and that is a project that will construct a bike path on Maple Street and 167th going down to the Eisenhower Goddard School Complex. It is a project that will complement two Wichita projects in the next 10 years for what they have planned for Maple Street. And the majority of the funds are coming for construction through WAMPO, and construction is anticipated in 2025. So, for our 5-year summary, we have the public works portion has a daunting CIP total of $383 million over the 5 years. However, that is when you take into consideration the $224 million for the East Kellogg project, as well as the $40 million for the Calfskin Creek flood project. We're not contributing all those funds. So when you look at just the total project costs that we are contributing funds to using our funding mechanisms, it's about $129 million, which is what you're used to seeing for the public works portion of the CIP. 67% of those funds support maintenance of our infrastructure, 24% enhances the infrastructure, 8% supports expansion, and just under 1.5%, which is that bike path I talked about, the multi-use path for quality of place. Looking at it from a dollar amount perspective, we have $57 million for road maintenance, $29 million for bridge maintenance, $30 million supports enhancements to our infrastructure, $10 million supports expansion via the Northwest Expressway, and $1.7 million for quality of place. And again, looking at it from a funding source perspective, to give you all the views, you can see that the majority of our projects are funded with local sales tax each year. We've been receiving just over $2 million from KDOT through the Federal Funds Exchange Program. We've asked to apply the federal funds exchange dollars to the East Kellogg project. Currently, we're spending that on the North Junction. That's going to end in 2024, so in 25 and 26, we've asked to swap that over into the East Kellogg project. And the reason why we've done that is because typically when we use that funding on local projects, we lose 10% off the top and only receive 90% of those funds. By using them on KDOT-sponsored projects, we actually have a good chance of getting 100% of those funds approved. So it's really the most efficient use of that funding to be able to use it from the North Junction and the proposed East Kellogg improvements. Bonding for the qualifying projects varies each year, but we continue at an average of $4 million a year for bonding. In 2024, if you look at the 2024 graph there, you will notice there is at the top, there's a different color. I'm not going to try to tell you what color that is because I'm colorblind and I'll get it wrong, but there's a different color that looks different from all the other graphs, and that is a funding source of other. Back in 2020, we took $2 million out of the CIP as a precautionary savings, not knowing what COVID was going to do with everything, and we're going to put $1.1 million back into play to use on the North Junction, for our portion of North Junction. I am nearly finished, I promise you. Okay, so funding opportunities. That is the new game that we are playing with the feds, trying to get, everyone lining ourselves up in the best way possible to get money. So we've always thought we've done a good job of trying to take advantage of various funding opportunities, and the floodgates have opened and everyone's clamoring for their share of the money. Public Works, we're constantly looking for these opportunities. One recent opportunity is congressionally directed spending through the House Surface Transportation Authorization Member Designated Projects. That's just a fancy way of saying congressional earmark funds. That's been added back into play the last couple of years, and we recently sent Senator Moran's office, as you'll see on the top of this slide, 3 projects for his consideration, and then in the consideration of the earmark funding. We sent those same projects to Representative Estes, but they were pulled out of the IIJA before it was made final. As noted previously, we also co-sponsored the application with FEMA, or to FEMA, for the BRIC grant for the $40 million Calfskin Watershed Flood Mitigation Project. This, if selected, this will be a local match of $10 million that will be required, and we will split that evenly with the city of Wichita. We also recently submitted an application for a RAISE grant. Gotta love all these acronyms that are coming out. That's the Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. And we recently submitted one of the US DOT for the ARC 95 planning phase. That's estimated to be a $6.25 million phase, and the grant would cover 80% of that, or $5 million. These grants that were talked about here, that's in addition to the funding that should be coming down and allocated to states, bolstering their already existing programs like the Kansas Local Bridge Improvement Program and the Off-System Bridge Program, the cost share projects that we've all received money for before. We should be receiving more money, and more projects hopefully will be awarded in the coming years. But those are being funded through the IIJA, which everyone just likes to shorten and just call the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Bill. Most of the funding is really going into those existing programs thus far for transportation, speaking from that point of view. However, the DOT has noted in the past that they expect to have 2 new programs that will be directly through them that are coming out, and one of those could have a NOFO out in notice of funding opportunity in June, and that one would be for bridge projects. There may be one additional one. The information gets talked about and then dropped, and then talked about differently and then dropped again. So we're keeping our ears to the ground and trying to keep up with what's available. It's becoming a full-time job just following all the different notices that come out. So before I finish up, I do just as a reminder, the CIP must be reviewed by the Planning Commission for consistency with the City-County Comprehensive Plan per state statute. We have made arrangements to present this CIP to the Advanced Plans Committee as well as the full MAPC in July, and so we can get their approval and their blessing before it is presented to you as part of the full budget in 2023 in August. And Lindsay's break is just about over. Do we have any questions?
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. So my first question is, why don't we have sufficiency ratings on roads like we do on bridges? We have both the average daily count and the sufficiency rating on bridges. Why don't we do the same for roads?
The sufficiency rating we have on bridges are a national standard, NBIS, the National Bridge Inventory System, and they are rated similarly across the United States. They are required mandatory evaluation. We do those bridges at least every 2 years. The roads have an internal point system that we have attributed that really doesn't mean anything to anyone else except for us. We are working, and part of the local safety plan that is underway by KDOT right now on our roads. One of the things that we'd like to do is adopt a program. Roads don't have a single metric out there that everyone is grading roads by. There are actually several out there, anywhere from a 1 to 10 scale all the way up to a 1 to 50 or 1 to 100 scale, and they're not uniform. But we are looking at identifying one of those programs and utilizing that, and that way we can start to give you a consistent score on those roads as we go after and attack those projects. The other reason, there's just no other way to put it, we've been concentrating on bridges heavily for the last 10 years. We haven't had a lot of road projects in our mix, and they haven't come up, and it's been that effort has been kind of put on the back burner as we were attacking those bridges, which is one of the reasons why we have that new metric, and we know we need to balance the scales better.
Okay, so you did say you are sort of tracking it, though.
Oh,
You
yes,
said you have your
definitely.
own
We look at our
point
roads
system.
every year.
Okay, so could you share that with us, what you currently are using?
We have a 1 to 5 point scale, and they go out there and they look at them from a basically what we call a windshield review of those roads. And we are looking at them. We currently have, as you heard earlier, we have about every 6 years, we're looking at doing something to those roads. And based on the score they receive determines what type of treatment they'll get. And I'd be happy to share the information we have on that.
So like a ranking system as to how you.
Yeah, so
determine
something that would
which-
rank as a 5, for example, or a 4. A 5 might even get pushed another year. Something that has like a 4 or 3 might just get a seal on top of it. Whereas we start getting down into lower rankings, then we're looking at doing overlays or more intense maintenance to be able to possibly mill and overlay because we have more defects.
So as far as the road maintenance, that's one thing, but the surround of it. So for instance, with the Ridge Road projects, it's the shoulders that are necessary. So how do you take into the environment, not just the actual road condition, but the environment in which the road surrounds as a part of safety? How do you factor that into your 1 through 5 scale?
Those do not get factored into the 1 to 5 scale currently. That is one of the things the local road safety plan is looking at, and that's will be part of our change as well. Right now, what we've done is every other year I get with our yard foreman, because they're the ones out driving our roads every day, and we start looking at roads that we have drainage issues with, shoulder issues, those with safety concerns, and address those as being added and grade those from each yard, their top projects, and then put them in for a countywide and sorting through our CIP.
Okay, and so this all districts preventative maintenance on selected roads section, the $10.5 million, are those funds shown here? I mean, does this 100,000 and 200,000 for the Ridge Road project, does that fit into this 10.5 million?
No, that is a separate CIP
That's on
of its
top.
own.
Okay, and then the other question would be, remind me what the 61st from 151st Street was. Is that the
That is
$4
over-
million that number 3 on your page 42?
That is going to be over in Colwich, the ethanol plant, 61st Street North.
So can you go to page 42, please?
Sure.
So my question is this the same number 3 there?
Yes, that
Okay.
is. We are
Okay, so
taking
remind
every
me-
opportunity for funding.
Sure, no, and I 100% agree to get the money when we can, but what is this going to be used for? Remind me, because I'm obviously not, because right now it has 80, average daily traffic is 80 cars, I'm guessing? Okay, so it's a safety for,
What's happening is that the trucks are coming out of the ethanol plant, going east on an unpaved road, 61st, and then turning north on 151st, going up to K96, because K96 is wide enough at 151st that a tractor trailer can shelter in between the 4 lanes of traffic.
Sure.
If
Yeah.
they go up 167th Street, it's not wide enough to shelter, and so they have to go across 4 lanes of very high-speed traffic all at once. So we're trying to get that so that those big grain trucks can move in and out of there safely.
Okay, I agree with that. I guess I'm just asking a question around, so the $850,000 that's in here, the $4 million is on top of what we're putting in?
The 4 million,
Because this is only $611,000. So where does can you help me drive these?
You're reading
numbers?
off the
That's
one
my
sheet?
question.
let me make sure we're talking apples and apples here.
Yeah.
So for project R350, okay.
57?
357 is 61st Street. 356 is 151st, 2 different projects. They're right next to each other, and they'll be going back to back, but they are 2 different projects. So R357 is the 161st Street portion that is unpaved on the east half between 167th and 151st. And we paved the west half already.
Number 3 isn't listed on here. Or it is. That's,
151st Street is currently a cold mix road.
and it's not listed on this. I don't see it on here. Can someone point to where it's listed on here?
R356.
Oh my God, right above it. My contacts are messing up today, y'all.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you for answering all of my questions. I
Yes.
appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Okay, I'm squared away now.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for using the term Northwest Expressway. I think that's a great term. Curiously, are we bonding that money that we're providing $1 million a year to fund that out there? Are we is that bonded?
That is not
Money's
bonded.
fungible, so
That is not being bonded, no.
it's not. What's the balance on that savings for that project overall? Right, where are we at right now with that?
I knew a couple of years ago, we were at $25 million, I believe. Do you have an updated, Jim?
I think that we meet with KDOT periodically, and so we make these contributions. They're constantly in the process of selecting parcels to go out and purchase right away. And then, but they don't consult with us except, like I say, annually or maybe every 18 months. So we have not met with them recently on this thing since they did increase it. So I'm not sure what the balance is that they're holding at the moment, but they do. When we did this $1 million deal with them, they were getting pretty low on what they had available to make those kind of purchases.
So they are spending the money to do the right-of-way purchases as money is.
That is all it's
Yes.
for. They can't use it for anything else. It's hardship cases, it's opportunities. There have been parcels that have gone on the market that they know are going to be in the footprint. They'll try to grab those. Maybe it's an elderly couple that's going to move off the farm. The farm is in the pathway, rather than let somebody else get a hold of it. And, you know, they go through the normal federally required acquisition processes to get to a fair price, so.
On slide 36, you don't have to go there necessarily, but slide 36 talks about 5 new road construction projects. Can you specify what those are?
Those will be in the consolidated sheet I gave you. Those are going to be R362, 363, 364, and 365. And then 367.
Okay. And how were those selected?
Those were based on talking to foremen, talking to our superintendent, talking to our engineers, from a yard to yard for their top 5 projects, and then coming together and prioritizing those for the top 5 that were countywide were the most pressing.
Okay, so I know we all know our districts, and so we can advocate however we can. And I guess I would ask, I think I would like to see some type of a traffic study. I don't know when to bring this up. It's probably not a CIP discussion, but I don't know where it belongs in the overall budget discussion. So a traffic study regarding Rock Road and K-15, those two roads, certain times of the day are just, in fact, you look at, I know this is not completely accurate, but if you look at the accident heat map, you'll see that 47th K-15 is the highest property damage injury, accident, location anywhere in the county. And right now, we don't have any, seem to be any plans to address that anywhere in this project. The ARC 95 is on here, and I appreciate the fact that that's still on here, and I think that's important, but along with that is the overall idea of having the south loop that goes down Greenwich. And so I'm wondering if at some point we ought to get the Greenwich from Pawnee to 63rd Street. You're talking about enhancing these 5 roads, adding shoulders, enhancing the width, I guess, of the roads and things like that. That would be a place where I think that Greenwich from Pawnee to 63rd Street would provide some relief to Rock Road. And right now Rock Road's a fairly high-speed road, no separation, and there seems to be no plan to address it right now at all. So I guess I'd like to know what's the process to get a study done so I can begin to advocate for enhancements on Greenwich to get some traffic off of Rock Road and off K-15. The other idea, of course, is, I'm sure extremely expensive, but some type of a overpass or something like that to get past the train traffic, because the increased trains per day and public safety is being cut off. And those trains, I saw one yesterday, it was over 2 miles long. The reason I know that is because it was stopped at 47th Street and it still blocked 63rd, sitting there, and that's over 2 miles. And so when public safety gets called, there's a real problem right now with public safety getting past those trains. And, from the county line out on the south end of the county all the way until you get down to Kellogg, there's no place to really cross those trains. And so there needs to be some type of long-term strategy plan, studies, solution. We ought to be discussing somewhere in this process to say there are enhancements needed somewhere down there to deal with some of these issues. Where is that money? How do I advocate for that money, or for the idea to actually get some type of funding to start discussing solutions for those ideas?
Obviously, bring them up with us and we can advocate to KDOT, but that is, with being K-15 and their highway, that's where the crux of it really lies.
I'm very aware of state problems, BNSF, and I've talked to WAMPO, I've talked to Jim Weber numerous times, I've talked to David Spears numerous times. I've been doing this for 8 years. And I've talked about this in the community, the public, and they are beyond frustrated. And there's been, as far as they know, there's no discussion happening. There's no solutions on the table for those areas of District 5. And so I just look at this and say, even our five-year plan, we're not addressing this in any way in 5-year plan. So I'm concerned. I know it's complicated. I know it's going to take coordination from multi-governments, and I get all that. I understand that, but it still belongs a place somewhere in this plan.
And I would probably just note that, number one, ARC 95 is meant to partially address some of this and to provide a crossing. Now, I realize it is much further south and will only address those that are wishing to go south, but the likelihood of a KTA interchange, along with providing that separated interchange, will be very appealing for a lot of people. In addition to that, in the transportation world, 5 years is not a lot of time. For example, the city of Wichita has a 10-year CIP. Part of the reason is they fully recognize that really looking at projects for the 5 year is very short term. So with a 5 year, like ARC 95, we started talking about that long time ago.
I'm not even suggesting we have a 5-year solution. I'm simply saying there ought to be a discussion that said, Northwest Expressway, we talked about this every year I've been here. I'm in my 8th year now. We've talked about that and ARC 95 the entire time I've been here. There's no discussion even started on these other ideas. And so, again, I love ARC 95. We almost killed that a few years ago. I had to come apart, basically, in public to keep that on the list. Now it's getting some attention, which I appreciate.
Wonderful.
But having said how important that is, and again, I don't want to take away from that in any way, but that's not a solution to K-15 and Rock Road, because 2/3 of Derby, anecdotally, 2/3 of Derby lives north of that, and they don't have to go south to go west. Yeah. And it's just not the right path for many people. It might be great if you live on the south end of Derby or live in Mulvane. It's very convenient, and it does provide a crossing over the trains. That's the best part of ARC 95 is you can get past the trains assuredly because it is an overpass. But regarding 63rd Street and 55th Street and 47th Street at K-15, they're all troublesome. And Rock Road is getting ridiculous. And there seems to be no plan on how we're going to address the increased traffic. And so right now, if you're not aware, Derby is building hundreds of homes on the east side of Derby, and they're going in at record speed. They're building more apartments, and so the population on the east side is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And right now, those streets, they are at capacity. We have no plan. And since the South Loop includes a Greenwich enhancement, that should be, again, it's all surface. That's not an overpass. We're talking about expanding existing surface roads 5 miles from Pawnee to 63rd Street. It would be going from a 2-lane steep ditch, no shoulders, and by the way, tons of bicycle traffic, which is, we've had people killed out there on that road. It's been a long time. There have been serious injuries on that stretch there. But to me, that ought to be some of our low-hanging fruit is to expand Greenwich to something that can handle one of those 2 lanes. So you're talking about shoulders, you talked about enhanced width and things like that. That's the type of thing we need on that road. 5 miles from Pawnee to 63rd would provide great relief. If people had that, I think you'd see people move away from Rock Road and move to the east. And so that's not an overpass. I think between everything I've talked about right now, the overpass at 47th would be hundreds of millions of dollars probably, and very, very complicated with multi-jurisdictional interests in that. This thing on Greenwich is completely in our hands. And right now, and the area actually is a plan, it just hasn't been talked about. So what I'm saying is, somewhere in this process, we need to earmark some money for a study or some type of way to get this ball rolling at least a little bit so that in 5 or 10 years from now, we can actually start seeing these things on the CIP list.
Well, if it does help, we did discuss Greenwich from Pawnee to Pawnee down to 63rd. It did not hit our top 5, mostly because the roads that we did touch on were cold mix roads we were spending a lot of time from a maintenance standpoint, a lot of potholes. The crux of the first 5 of our projects were what was taking our maintenance projects most of their time. One of them on Central over in northwest Wichita area. Our crews are out there at least 3 times every summer closing the road, fixing potholes, because they're getting well over 3,500 cars a day. We're not up to that traffic level on Greenwich. However, it has been discussed partially because of the need for shoulders and alternate traffic for Rock Road. City of Wichita, you know this, but you didn't mention it, they've done some improvements up north closer to Kellogg, and it would tie in with that. It also ties in with future plans of ARC 95 once we get to that point. So it is on our radar, but no, it did not make this 5-year CIP.
Some other things we can do, there's an old saying, you build it, they will come. And when those cold mix roads were converted from gravel roads to cold mix roads, those were deemed as political decisions, but we knew the traffic patterns in our districts, and so we, not because they were warranted, but because we realized it was a good path for people to get where they needed to go. And since those things have been paved with cold mix, now you see traffic counts that have gone way up, and you can see the justification for a paved road. And so the cold mix road actually proved a point. There are certain places in the county. I have one place in my district where 143rd Street ends at 55th Street south. If you go 1 more mile, you get to 47th Street, but there's 1 mile where it's not paved, it's gravel. If we just paved that 1 mile, it would create an artery, if you will, for people not to have to go to Rock Road to go north. That's just one example. But we're never going to pave that because it's not warranted. I can never make an argument. We don't have the 342 program anymore. That's just one example. I don't know how to advocate for a solution in my district because there's just no way to get there. It's not warranted, and I don't think you guys are going to pick that. I can't get us to agree on that issue. So we're going to sit here forever, and we're going to be stuck essentially with the few roads that we do have, and I can never get an enhancement because it doesn't compete in many
And we
other
can
ways.
definitely continue this discussion without a doubt. I will probably point out, and I think you're aware of this, but on our portions of Rock Road, the ones that are outside the city limits, we are not near at capacity. On the city portions, they're getting a lot more traffic and they're expanding. Derby has plans to reach up to 55th Street with widening out lanes. Right now, our 2-lane roads are capable of about 10,000 cars a day. We're still in the 6,000 to 7,000 range with those traffic counts. And so we are not at capacity. However, I do agree with you. Nearby alternate routes like Greenwich makes sense, and encouraging traffic to use those by creating softer ditch slopes, shoulders, places for refuse for bicyclists, all makes sense. And it is in our radar, it is on our radar, but like I said, it just did not make the cut for our proposal at this point.
And in terms of that analysis, and I appreciate, the very scientific way you view this, but again, that's based on a 24-hour day or even an 8-hour day. I'm talking about there's times during the day, mornings and evenings, go out there and enjoy, see what's going on. It's just beyond reasonable. So I understand your analysis is over long periods of time, but I would still make the argument it's at capacity, maybe beyond capacity certain times of the day. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Meitzner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I appreciate your advocating for every road in your district, but the other 4 of us have stuff too, and this would go on 30, 40 minutes per district on stuff, and I appreciate you advocating. But, okay, well, your big deal about K-15, when City of Wichita had a mayor and they went federally and that to extend the railroad tracks and raise them all the way through downtown. So you've already said it, BNSF, KDOT, everything else, that's where you have to go. And that's what, and they said they'd support that. So, and then all these other street windings and ditches, I mean, I can appreciate that, but we've got a budget that's going on here. So I'm ready to move on, and I'm not going to bring up any road problems in my district, and they all can if they want to, but let's move on. You can handle it. You can put it in your newsletter that you've had the discussions. You can do all kinds of stuff respectfully. But this is a big budget item we're talking about, and we're spending 30 minutes on roads in your district, respectfully.
It hasn't been 30 minutes. Let's not exaggerate. Second of
I'd
all,
say 20 for sure.
I've been working on this for 8 years, and I've got nowhere.
Okay, all right.
And this is relevant discussion. I'm sorry, it's wasting your time, but this is important, and I don't know when we're if not now, make a workshop, please, and you can come or not. I need to talk about this with staff in a public open meeting so the public knows what's going on. If not now, then let's do it sometime. That makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Lynn, let's move on.
Very good. If no more questions, I will bring Lindsay back up.
Well, good afternoon now, Lindsay.
Good afternoon. That's okay. We were slated to go till what, 12:30, so we're okay. I think, right? No line? Okay. So, we are going to jump into how we're going to pay for all of this. Obviously, with Public Works, the local sales tax money that they receive, that Lynn was speaking about, all of that, by virtue of the vote that was taken and the resolution that was passed, that money goes to road and bridges. It can't be used for anything else. So that funding source is pretty well locked in. The rest will be a mixture of cash and bond. So before we jump into the details, just a reminder, we do have a debt policy and a capital improvement policy, both of which tell us or give us some guidelines on how we ought to proceed with funding projects. So the preference that is set in that long-term policy, and I will just give a plug to our awesome finance team and county management and you all, we are a AAA rated agency because we have such strong policy that we adhere to. So the policy preference is for pay-as-you-go, meaning cash, to try and avoid debt funding unless it really makes sense. And so there's a formal structure for how we evaluate those. This is part of that structure. It does prohibit the use of debt to fund operations, and it establishes multiple benchmarks, which we have talked about over the years, that help us figure out what is the right amount of debt for our community, not just for Sedgwick County government, but for all of the governments that are in our community. And so that looks at the debt load per person. It looks at that as debt as a percentage of overall property value. And then, of course, it looks at it in terms of our overall expenditures, how much we're paying in the course of a year relative to the overall budget. It also sets some parameters that tries to get us to pay off our debt a little early in order to reduce the amount of interest we pay. So the policy says that typically for a facility, we would bond that project for 20 years. And we would try and pay off 30% of that principal in the first 5 years and 60% of that principal in the first 10 years. And then the following 10 years are really made up just of that interest. And of course, because we're finance people and we really like details, it goes in tremendous detail. about exactly how we issue, who we engage, what the steps are and all of that to give us some good direction and to give you some more control and added internal controls. So one of the things that we always talk about, and I know it will come up through this discussion and hope our accounting director will be presenting the audit to you on June 8th and we'll be able to share with you the specific information on fund balance. But what the policy allows for is for us to use what we call unassigned fund balance, so cash that's sitting in the general fund that's spendable. We can spend that on certain things, and capital improvement projects are one of those. So I'm going to cheat a little bit and jump ahead to what Hope will share with you in June. But basically, we're in a position right now where we have, on an accounting basis, about $21 million of excess unassigned fund balance. And so we would want to look to that. Obviously, we don't want to drain it all because that's our safety net, and especially as we hear about recessions and everything else, we want to be very deliberate. But that is an opportunity for us. So let's look at grand totals. So again, where you see cash here for roads and bridges, that is all local sales tax cash. None of that is impacting the county's general fund. So that, let's put that aside. If we look at facilities and drainage, this 5-year CIP commits about $18.1 million of cash, almost all general fund, in fact, all general fund, for facilities projects, and $4.9 million for drainage projects. If we look at debt, right now, $11.1 million is on the radar for facility projects. There is no debt contemplated for drainage. And then, as Lynn told you, on average, there is $4 million per year for bonding. And then, of course, as he mentioned, the astronomical number that's in other funding of about $276 million. So all told, this capital improvement program that we're proposing as a part of this tentative CIP equals $417.3 million. This is definitely one of the largest CIPs we've had in some time. But again, as Lynn explained, a good portion of that is tied to some pretty significant projects. So we jumped ahead earlier and looked at the back page of your handout. What is the impact of everything we're talking about today to the general fund? Then we're also going to look at, on the next slide, the impact to debt service fund, and we will put those two figures together. So just know there's more discussion to come on this. So what I want to point you to is the line that says change in cash funded CIP. We've been careful to talk about through these presentations that what's included in the forecast you've seen is what you all adopted as the 2022 adopted CIP. So what this shows you is not reflected in any of the other documents we've given you. This is just showing you the impact based on the capital improvement project we're proposing to you, taking into account the numbers you saw last week in the financial forecast presentation. Make sense? Okay, so when we look at that, what it means is in 2023, we expected a surplus of $1.1 million in the general fund. With this cash-funded CIP, it drops to $2.1 million, and so our new deficit projection is $1 million. That's just on the general fund side, and you can see how that works across. Then let's look at bond and interest. Well, again, debt service, we issue the bonds in 1 year. We don't start paying the debt service until the next year. So whatever bonding we do in 2023 won't actually be picked up as an expense to the bond and interest fund until 2024. And so you can see how that works. So actually we have some net gains here on the bond and interest side. So when we, whoops, I thought I had a combination. I don't. But I do have a combination on your sheet. So if we look at the overall impact, if you go to row 63 on the back page of your handout, it shows you the net impact to the forecast, and that by virtue of this capital improvement program we're proposing to you, we actually, in the 5-year horizon, $12 million worse off than we were in the old program. That doesn't mean we shouldn't fund it. It's just a reality of what we're dealing with. And as we've talked about all of the decisions we've made since 2008, we've tried to defer things as much as possible. Some of that's catching up to us now. And so we're prepared to have whatever conversations the commission would like to have about any adjustments or tweaks or changes. But this is based on the information we had, what we felt was a responsible item to bring to you. So, and then just this same slide is exactly what you saw in the finance budget presentation this morning. It is just putting into context that we do have debt falling off. So having new debt is not necessarily a bad thing, because we do want to try and keep that relatively level so that we're never put back into a position or hopefully not put back into a position where we have to do a significant property tax increase in order to fund projects. And I also will leave you with the thought, you will notice that we have not referenced an administration building through this discussion, and we are still seeking guidance and direction on the commission for that, especially since our 36-month lease is underway and finance is moving in 2 weeks. So exciting and scary at the same time. So with that, what questions can we answer?
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, I just have a few questions. So the CIP committee, how do we determine who sits on that committee?
Policy.
Okay, so is there any way somebody could get that to me? I'd like
Yes.
to read through that. Okay, and then and I'm not sure what's the most appropriate time, Chairman, to talk about this, but the community corrections may be complex, like having a complex plan.
Okay.
A physical location that we purchase so that we own it rather than renting. That's a really big picture type of plan that I'd like to discuss, since we do spend a significant amount of money in rental payments for that complex of services down south. So how do we, like the diversion hub down in Oklahoma City, something similar to that, when we talk about people and a person-centered approach to care, that's one way that we can do it. But that's just pie in the sky. I just wonder, how do those discussions start? And I'd like to initiate that so that we can talk about getting out of leasing, and maybe leasing is the best option, but something tells me it's not. The other thing is the ComCare crisis expansion was put in last year. We haven't really talked about that. There was one set of, I think it was $15 million, give or take. So how do we handle the inflation of what the reality of building that will in turn be? Where does that extra amount of money come from?
So that project was proposed to be bond funded. And so what that means is we pay the costs up front, and then we reimburse ourselves with bond proceeds when we know precisely how much we have. So depending on what the estimates come back with, depending on what the commission chooses to move forward with, we would need to do a CIP amendment to increase the amount of spending authority up to whatever that new estimate is. So as soon as we have some direction and guidance, which I know that we'll have I think we were going to have the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Coalition discussion on the 24th. I don't know if we're still going to be able to do that or if that'll be one that moves.
That's going to be backed up.
Okay. So at some point, we will need to have that conversation, and as a part of that, hopefully we can start to get some definition on that. But for now, the project has been approved and is on the books, and we're able to move forward with it. But we would want to do an amendment at some point to reflect that full cost, whatever it may be, inflation or anything else.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other questions. Thanks, Lindsay. I think
Well, look at that.
Tell me what the plans are for lunch.
Okay, so right now, God bless Jessica Osmeyer, our administrative manager in finance. She is over picking up food now, and we'll bring it to this room. So I think we will take a break when it gets here to distribute, and we will eat. But also, we're going to use this opportunity to catch up on lost time. And so Mike Elpers is willing to present his IT presentation, and Sheena is willing to present her HR presentation that then will lead us beautifully into the compensation discussion that we will have next. So if we can maybe just adjourn for a few minutes, and hopefully we'll get the lunch situation figured out promptly and maybe be back in 10 minutes. Is that okay?
That sounds good.
Okay.
We need a break anyway. Thank you.
That was a lot. That's the worst thing we got with it.
We're back, and we've got Mike Elpers on from IT, going to talk about his CIP.
A little bit. Yeah, good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Elpers, your Chief Information Officer. I'm here today to present the 2023 proposed IT budget for the Division of Information Technology. Before I get started, though, I want to thank Carly Sanchez. She's the budget analyst assigned to IT, and she's been really great helping me get all the numbers together and very available to all of us in IT to get our questions answered. So thank you, Carly. Here's a look at our division's org chart with information about our staffing levels. IT is made up of 74.5 FTEs in 4 departments, all funded through the general fund. As far as the 4 departments, you see the director's office here at the top. IT infrastructure is on the left, business solutions group is in the middle, and enterprise resource planning is on the right. Of those 74.5 positions, currently all but 2 are filled. Director's office and IT infrastructure are fully staffed at the moment. Then we have 1 vacancy in business solutions group and 1 vacancy in enterprise resource planning. We might occasionally dip down to 4 or maybe 5 vacancies throughout the course of a year, but we work really hard at recruiting and getting those positions filled back up, so we feel pretty good about that. As part of our strategic plan, we have 4 specific goals for which all services strive to meet. Goal 1 is around our cybersecurity efforts to keep our defenses up to date, ever advancing, and audited to keep our data and infrastructure safe. Strategies for this goal include partnering with a third party annually to audit our configurations and test our security levels, requiring multi-factor authentication for any and all remote access to networked resources, and everyone's favorite, the annual IT security training that we require of all our employees every year. Goal number 2 is about keeping our technology platform up to date and ready to handle emerging technologies so we can provide reliable and scalable infrastructure for departmental technology initiatives. Strategies for this goal include maintaining a 5-year plan to stay on top of our networked resources, staying current with operating systems and software versions, and periodically, at least quarterly, communicating with all county departments and programs to assess and review their technology needs. Goal number 3 is all about customer service. We want to be available in multiple ways for our end users' questions, to resolve any problems that they may encounter, and to provide information to them when needed in a very timely manner. Goal number 4 is simply to keep our systems available, right? You expect a light to turn on when you hit the switch, a car to start when you turn the key. We want to deliver outstanding uptime and response time on all technology systems and platforms. We have several performance measures that we track to measure how well or how poorly our strategies are working. At the end of the copies of your presentation, I've included some screenshots of a dashboard that Chris Duncan in ERP created for us with the help of several others in IT. It has some speedometers and charts to monitor everything from help desk response times to network and system uptime, county web page views, and results to our customer satisfaction surveys. That dashboard is still kind of a work in progress, but we are making pretty good strides in getting it connected to our data sources and tracking our performance. As far as IT challenges and opportunities for the next 5 years, I really believe these first 3 bullet points are actually opportunities for IT. Now, as I said, we work really hard in our recruiting efforts and keeping our positions filled, and we're really challenged by the fact that there's a lot of competition out there in organizations and businesses for talent in IT. But we've been pretty lucky in recruiting those positions and hiring and retaining and keeping our staff satisfied with their jobs. I really think a lot of that has to do with the staff's ability to work remote. In the past, we had lost some pretty talented folks to other industries because we were not accommodating of remote work. So having that option now has really helped our recruiting and retention efforts. So thank you very much. Also, despite all staff working fully remote, we've leveraged several different technologies to keep staff in touch with one another and available to one another for collaboration and team building and recognition. Really one of our biggest challenges when we're not all together in an office, but I think we're doing very well at it, at least at this point in time. The last two bullets here are definitely challenges for us. The increased workload and work-life balance are a big concern. As far as work-life balance goes, I can tell you that staff are spending more hours working now than they were when they were working in the office. I see this in the statistics that we collect for time, the presence indicators within Jabber, after-hour emails, instant messages, text messages, as well as communication between on-call staff and others on evenings and on weekends. As far as workload, I'll just say a lot of departments turned to technology when the pandemic hit. They went online with their documents and processes, and 2020 and 2021 were very busy years working with departments to accomplish that. Now in 2022, it's just a lot more effort to sustain it for them. Last year's TRB list, if you remember, had 15 projects that were included in 2022. Those are going on right now. They're not small projects. It's a new financial system, a new computer-aided dispatch system, a new jail management system, all going on this year. And there are 17 items on this year's TRB list, as you saw last week, including upgrades to email and SharePoint and Kronos and several others. So whatever it is, whether it's drug testing kiosks or volunteer management software or video cameras or whatever, departments are continuing to leverage technology to become more efficient, and the demand for new and very large system implementations and upgrades continues to grow. I really believe this is our biggest challenge now and for the foreseeable future. Okay, so next I'll present some information about our departments, including the proposed 2023 budgets, beginning with the Director's Office. But before I do, I'd like to point out the significant budget adjustments that have been made to IT budgets in 2023. The numbers you're going to see in the 4 IT departments are going to be hard to explain without taking these significant budget adjustments into consideration. You see them listed at the top of this slide here. So some pretty big changes to IT budgets due to the way TRB projects are funded initially and how projects with ongoing costs are handled. They are current year TRB project budgets are not included in IT budgets. They're separate. They're in a fund center devoted specifically to TRB. However, after the initial year, ongoing costs of TRB projects are put into IT budgets. So an additional $1.25 million, the ongoing cost from 2022 TRB projects, has been added to budgets to IT budgets in 2023. Also included in IT budgets in 2023 are funds to cover the annual system maintenance of our tax system, $280,000, and funds to cover increases in annual software agreements, a little over $75,000. So that totals a little more than $1.6 million in 2023 IT budgets that was not in 2022. Other than this, there are no big fluctuations in budget authority here. In fact, like the rest of the organization, we are presenting a flat budget from 2022. But due to these significant budget adjustments, it will be hard to compare apples to apples for next year's budgetary numbers. So with that in mind, let's look at each of the 4 departments and their proposed budgets for 2023, beginning with the Director's Office. So the Director's Office mission is purely administrative. 2 administrative staff within the Director's Office provide support services for all 74.5 FTEs. This includes personnel changes, managing the activity of soon-to-be 12 IT cost centers, managing dozens of contracts, both IT contracts and contracts for other departments within our organization. They process all division ordering, receiving, payment, and any travel-related activities and expenses of the division. The Director's Office services are all delivered with internal staff. Here's the budget request for the Director's Office. The large jump in contractuals was due to one of those significant budget adjustments we looked at earlier. This was the $75,094 to address the 8 annual increases in existing software packages. Also, a shift in some commodities budget from other cost centers to allow the Director's Office a better way to track office supply expenses of the division. We kind of shifted our approach here, and instead of departments buying their own commodities, We shifted that budget to the director's office, and then the director's office takes orders from all the other departments quarterly, so we can better track them, and Staples put in place some minimum order requirements and that kind of thing, minimal dollar amount to their orders. Total budget of the department has increased 26.9%. And this department submits no decision packages, alternative reductions, or revenue packages. The second department being presented is our Business Solutions Group, or BSG. This department's mission is all about establishing partnerships with county departments and working with them to manage the entire life cycle of their applications, from RFP or RFB to implementation to ongoing maintenance and support, all through to end of life. This includes both applications written by our own in-house developers, group of developers, as well as what we call off-the-shelf applications, meaning applications that are purchased from third-party vendors. There are 4 program areas within BSG, including geographic information systems, project management, IT and application development, and application management. The programs support both internal and external applications consumed by employees and citizens, and are delivered almost entirely by internal resources, leveraging external resources only when appropriate. Here are the budgetary numbers for these four programs within BSG. This is the largest of the 4 departments in IT with 32 employees. Contractuals increase is due to those significant budget adjustments made to this department's budget, specifically the 2022 TRB ongoing costs. Also an increase in commodities based on previous year's spending and transfers. Overall departmental adjustment is 5.6%. And this department also submits no decision packages, alternative reductions, or revenue packages. The third department in the division of IT is the IT infrastructure department, which for the most part is the behind-the-scenes part of IT. Help desk and customer support are part of IT infrastructure, and they do work directly with our end users, but the remainder of IT infrastructure takes care of the technology platforms in place. The phone systems, the fax systems, the server hardware, the networks, the firewalls, etc. Their mission is to design, build, operate, enhance, and secure our technology infrastructure so that it's available, running efficiently without any bottlenecks, and basically always on whenever any kind of technology is needed. As I mentioned, help desk and customer support are part of IT infrastructure, but system administration, telecommunications, networking, and IT security are also programs within IT infrastructure. All programs support both internal employees and external access to our resources by outside law enforcement agencies, other municipalities, and citizens, and they deliver services almost all with internal staff, leveraging external resources only when needed. Here you see, I guess I'm off one side, sorry about that. Here you see the totals for all areas of IT infrastructure, a large decrease in commodities due to previous year's budget transfers and our shift to centralize those purchasing of office supplies out of the director's office, and an increase to contractuals based on TRB projects and other shifts in contractual expenses. The overall increase for the department is 3.4%. And also, IT infrastructure is submitting no decision packages, alternative reductions, or revenue packages. The fourth and final department within IT is the Enterprise Resource Planning Department, or ERP. This department's mission is to improve governmental transactions by decision-making, by examining and refining departmental business processes, by providing analytics for ERP and non-ERP systems, and by leveraging new technologies such as business process automation, artificial intelligence, text messaging, QR code scanning, or any of the emerging technologies found in contemporary ERP systems. Programs within ERP include support for financial processes, HR and payroll support, including recruiting and onboarding, and our career site, employee surveys, and enterprise analytics, including budget development. ERP delivers services to all internal employees as well as our citizens. Services are delivered mostly by internal staff, but contracts are in place with third-party resources to provide delivery of some of those services, mainly HR and payroll solutions. Here you see the totals for all areas of ERP. ERP has 4 large TRB projects underway this year that all have ongoing costs, which is the reason for that large jump in contractuals. The increase in commodities is just an adjustment I felt necessary for a program this size of 12 FTEs. Overall budget increase comes out to 21.1%. No decision packages or revenue packages, but ERP is submitting one alternative reduction, which is the cancellation of a contract currently in place with a third party for remote monitoring of our on-premise ERP systems. In 2023, with the completion of our finance project, both our HR and payroll systems as well as finance will now be moving to will now be on a hosted solution. So we're canceling the part of our contract with this vendor. We'll perform the remaining monitoring of our on-premise systems with internal staff. Remote monitoring is $2,900 a month, so the annual savings by eliminating this service is $34,800. And there is no revenue loss or FTEs impacted. Here's the division summary for all 4 IT departments. All increased in budget a total of 11.7% this year due to those significant budget adjustments. And again, without those budget adjustments, IT remains unchanged from 2022 in terms of overall budget for commodities, contractuals, and equipment. Here again is the alternative reduction submitted by ERP for $34,800. And that completes the presentation. Be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike. I don't see any questions at this time. I just got one basic concern still. It looks like we got $12.5 million that is in your budget, and then we've got the TRB budget, but I still don't know that we've got the total amount that we're spending on IT.
I'm working on that solution, Chairman. Your comments from the TRB presentation the other day we're working on that. Trying to get you those costs for software solutions throughout the organization. Lindsay provided a follow-up email after that TRB presentation, shortly after that TRB presentation, that had those expenditures from a financial side. So the total dollar amount in terms of the commodity codes or the general ledger accounts that those dollars end up hitting, those accounts end up hitting within the SAP financial system were given to you. I'm trying now to more departmentalize those numbers and tell you that ComCare is spending this much on technology, CDDO is spending this much. These are my IT budget numbers, obviously, but those other departments, a little bit trickier to figure out because departments pay for their technology in a variety of different ways.
Well, do we need a policy that's county-wide that shows how that we acquire and how that we monitor the cost of technology so that your department understands exactly what's happening throughout the entire county? And I think we don't have a policy right now.
Well, we have TRB, which is supposed to address that.
But that doesn't catch everything. Just like I said the other day, if somebody decides to go out and buy 20 computers for their department, you're not going to capture that.
We'll capture it in the financial system. But yeah, you're right. As far as replacing departments, that PC replacement project that we do in IT every year, when we look at our departments and we say, okay, we need to replace an eighth of the fire department projects. So we call up the fire department and they say, well, we replaced 10 of them last year. Well, we wouldn't know that. We would know that financials were spent acquiring that technology, but we may not know. Well, that's a bad example because their PCs would come to us to be loaded before we send them out to them. But when the purchases are made, we would not know that.
That's why I'm just curious about whether or not we need a policy that's countywide to discuss technology and how that you can control it. That's my whole goal, is that your department needs to control this rather than each individual department deciding what they're going to do.
Okay, we'll give that some thought and see if we can come back to you with a
sounds good.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just curious, when Wes was here, were you the second person in the director's office?
No, I was the director of ERP at that time.
I just want to say we've had some great people, unfortunately, make choices to retire. But anyway, you're doing a great job. I am concerned about succession plan. big part of our county services, internally especially, and you talked about, I forget the word you use now, but basically we're vulnerable to people trying to hack into our systems and that type of thing. Our architecture, I'm sure, is fairly complex, and so I'm just concerned about succession plan. I mean, I think you're doing a great job, but with the amount of turnover we've had in the last few years in this area, I'm very concerned that we would have some vulnerabilities from.
I worry about succession plan in a lot of areas, but this is one. You're right,
It's a
Commissioner.
pretty big one, and then I had one other question, but I forgot what it was. Never mind. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I appreciate it, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sheena, are you our last presenter today? Very good. Be exciting. We've all just eaten, so we've got to keep us awake.
Don't fall asleep, right?
Down here, right?
Thank you.
And I placed handouts of both HR and compensation on your table over lunch as well. So, good afternoon. I'm Sheena Schmetz. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer here. Today I'll present the Division of Human Resources budget. While this is in the general fund, we're also responsible for the development and oversight of the Health and Wellness Fund 611. I'll briefly talk about that with just a few items, but we'll talk about it more in the compensation as well. This is just a quick overview of the Division of Human Resources. We have 21 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions. Our mission is to support all divisions and departments of Sedgwick County and is committed to hiring and retaining skilled individuals who can lead, innovate, and deliver exceptional public service. In all our interactions, we model respect, engage in problem solving, and act with integrity. This is just an overview of our workforce strength. You can see that we are all in the green. All 21 of our full-time positions are filled. We are in the process of interviewing and hopefully hiring a position for a part-time position, and then in our decision package, I'll talk about that other part-time position, but we are in good strength and have a very good team in human resources. We have 2 strategic goals. The first one is to provide a competitive employment environment to attract and retain diverse and high-performance workforce. And strategic goal number 2 is to create opportunities for talent development to enhance employee engagement and contributions to Sedgwick County's mission. And I think you can see from both of those as those are derived from our Sedgwick County strategic plan, but it involves a lot about our workforce and how we can create our workforce. Our challenges and opportunities over the next 5 years reflect the needs of the organization. Compensation is at the forefront, and I know you have heard about this from many different departments already. The truth is, our salaries are behind our competitors, and inflation is driving our employees to find other financial opportunities. We must find a way to consistently attack this situation. Recruitment of new employees is also another challenge, but an opportunity. We have implemented several new strategies, such as hiring bonuses, flexible work schedules, new recruitment strategies, and pay adjustments. But we need to do more than just recruit new employees to our organization. We must also do things to retain our staff now. We have also requested ARPA funding for additional recruitment dollars, but that was not approved. This is a summary of the HR budget. Again, as you can see, I put some information in there regarding the personnel fund 611. That's our health and wellness fund. We do provide some salaries out of that fund, you can see. But overall, In our personnel budget, you can see that that actually increases. I know that there was a question about that in earlier presentations. Last year, we were able to add 2 additional positions to the Division of Human Resources. One of those positions was an employee relations specialist, and the other position was a comp and classification analyst. So our salaries did increase. We have one decision package for consideration, and this is requesting to take one of our part-time positions and make it a full-time position. The numbers are a little bit different there because we actually, as you recall, I said we have 3 part-time positions. One of those has not been filled for quite some time, so we would like to use that funding to help cover the cost of moving the second part-time position to a full-time position. And that request is for $51,966, again, moving a part-time position into a full-time position. Again, just a recap of our decision packages, and I would stand for any questions for the Division of Human Resources.
I don't see any questions right now, but while I've got you up here.
Yeah.
There are really 3 divisions I want to thank. First of all, your division for the work that you do to help us with WAMPO. I'm the chairman of WAMPO, and so a lot of things happen over there that you're aware of and I'm aware of, but you just handle them, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
The other division is IT. Again, as the chairman of WAMPO, things happen over there that I'm aware of that just happen because we have people like the folks that are working in IT. And the third area is facilities, again with WAMPO. So those 3 divisions really keep WAMPO moving. It should be, some of these jobs should be funded probably by the City of Wichita to help us out a little bit, or some other organization, but right now WAMPO is housed in our facility. IT provides all their support, and you provide all the HR support to that organization. So I just want to tell you thank you. It is noticed that you are providing some service above and beyond, but thank you. Okay, I don't see any questions.
Next, we're going to move on to the compensation wrap-up. The commission actually has them in the minutes.
Go on.
Well, thank you again. Sheena Schmitz, Chief Human Resources Officer. For the rest of this afternoon, we're going to just do a quick compensation recap and wrap up of things that we have heard and some decision points that we need from the commission. And moving forward, what we have planned for 2023. And I just wanted to start by sharing this quote that I found in the NeoGov Job Seeker Report. It says, "The usual methods of attracting job seekers and filling open positions are no longer applicable in today's job market. Employees are expecting more in order to stay at their jobs, and they aren't afraid to leave for better opportunities." And I think that that's very relevant for the topics that we've been listening to the last couple of weeks, is because it is a true question of what are we going to do with compensation and how can we better address the situation that we're in. You've heard several departments talk about their turnover, and I just wanted to recap some of that information that you have heard already. You can see from this slide right here, it shows our overall turnover rate is a little over 21% for the organization in 2021. That is fairly high. And we know that we're going to have some turnover, but there are some departments that are being hit really hard. One of those, for example, is emergency communications. And you can see in 2021, their turnover was roughly 40%, which is very, very high. Again, the sheriff's department, you can see that their turnover in both 2020 and 2021 was hovering around 20 to 21%. And finally, a look at corrections, and theirs was hovering right around 25%. And I just show you that to reiterate what you have already heard from those departments. But those turnover rates are very, very high. This just sums up what is going on with our workforce. In 2021, we had 574 employees leave voluntarily. We had 70 retirements, and 3 of those were actually voluntary separations that were ineligible for rehire. So that's a large number. Again, just going back to what you've heard from all of these departments, employees are choosing to leave, and it puts a decision back on us. What are we going to do in regards to keeping those employees here, keeping that organizational knowledge around? As we consider our increase in turnover and what we have heard departments talk about, the pay, we need to revisit a slide that was presented in February. Thanks to our pay adjustments in 2022, our average salary has increased. Our median has also increased, meaning if we lined up all of our salaries from smallest to largest, the middle would be just over $45,000. What is concerning is the update on the CPI, again, almost 13% since 2019, with our pay scales only moving 1.25% to adjust to the new wages and payments, and pay adjustments. And as you recall from Lindsay's financial forecast, our pay pool adjustments have struggled to keep up to even half of the CPI. The bottom line is our salaries have fallen behind, and to keep employees, we have to do more to keep them in a competitive job market. So what does this show us when turnover is increasing and wages are failing to keep up with the market? With high turnover comes decreased tenure with staff. Here we can see in emergency communications that they have an average tenure of 5.81 years. And of the 75 positions filled, 35 or 46.7% of those employees have less than 2 years of service with the organization. The same can be seen with EMS and the Sheriff's Office, just to show a few. This means that employees are not staying with Sedgwick County for an extended period of time. I know that I've heard several times during the budget presentations that management feels like they're consistently training new employees, and this illustrates that truth behind those statements. We must compel ourselves to look at options to retain current staff to better serve the organization and to keep that experience and knowledge. So what is in the forecast for us? Have you heard we are requesting an 8% pay adjustment? This would include a pay scale adjustment of 7%, and this has been updated in the financial forecast that you have seen multiple times. And this is desperately needed to retain our workforce. Our employees are worth this investment and deserve to be paid at a livable wage. You've also heard about the adjustments with ComCare and corrections for direct services. We're working on the details of this with both of those departments, and we'll be working with leadership for implementation later this year. We are looking at a phased approach for corrections and will maximize those efforts with what the general fund can support. ComCare is still working through the details of their adjustment, and we are eager to engage their new service model. And finally, the fire, EMS, and DA update. We have worked with an outside vendor to collect market data, including local, regional, and in some instances, private comparable salary data. The vendor has provided us with some very preliminary information regarding these 3 departments. There are a few, Overall, we look to be aligned with the market in EMS and fire, and there are a few isolated positions that are further misaligned, but again, those are pretty isolated, and we're going to take a look at those. We received this information on Friday, May 13th, so it's still very fresh to us. And we are still interpreting a lot of the data and working with the vendor to create the grade and step plan. We are asking for estimates of moving the staff to a step plan and also applying the employees to that step plan, thus addressing compression and longevity on that scale. We are working with a vendor to have a presentation ready for you on June 1st. So that is coming. I wish I had more news on that today. But again, getting that on the 13th, we are set to meet with staff on the 25th, and you will see a final plan on June 1st. So you'll probably see a meeting notice very soon on your calendars. We will be working with the district attorney this Thursday to present their findings, and at a very high level, we can see that they are more misaligned than any other department in the study, especially with their attorneys. However, that should not be a surprise based on information that Mr. Bennett presented earlier in the hearings. In addition to the 8% pay adjustment, we also plan to move the scale to shift the entire scale 7%. As you recall, our intention is to do this slowly and to move the pay scale of a starting salary of $15. In doing so, with the 7%, our grades 119 and 120 will be very close to the $15 mark. We have lots of work to do, but each percentage point and each dollar gets us closer to that mark. Switching from compensation to benefits, we are submitting no increases for benefit rates for 2023. Our fund has held steady, and therefore we can sustain a relatively flat year. We will, however, see an increase in our dental benefit. We are moving to the Preventative Plus program for employees and their dependents, and this change would move us from $1,000 out of pocket to $1,000 out of pocket, excluding preventative and diagnostic procedures. We are able to do this with little to no increase in the budget due to the lower cost in 2021-2022. We've also submitted for a recommendation a change in the life insurance for all employees, regardless of age and salary, for $50,000 in coverage. This increase is absorbed by both employees and the employers at an additional 75 cents per month per employee. Some items that we are looking at in regards to our work environment updates. Again, what can we do to better the environment for our employees? We have had some policy updates in regards to bereavement leave and our sign-on bonus, so thanks to the commission for approving those. We also have some additional environmental changes, which include gym membership reimbursement. Last year was our first year for that, and we'll continue that on into 2022 and 2023. Implemented flexible work schedules and remote work options. And just most recently, we've been talking about a comprehensive recruitment strategies so that the organization is working together, trying to recruit new employees as opposed to each department working on their own. One item that I'm bringing back in front of you is to talk about the parental leave program. Again, this is a slide that you saw in February that the state of Kansas offers for their employees. And I will tell you on a side note, in the HR world, this is getting a little buzz. I've had lots of emails and communication asking, what are we doing? What are other organizations doing? So I know it's kind of a hot topic that's going around the HR world. But just as a reminder, a parental leave program is just there for new parents for the birth, adoption, or placement of a foster child. Essentially, this is paid leave for those employees at the state of Kansas. I was asked to examine what a program would look like for Sedgwick County. We've looked at something not as robust as the state of Kansas, but something along the lines of 6 weeks for a primary caregiver and 3 weeks for a secondary caregiver. As of last year, we had 87 employees who took out some sort of FMLA leave for the birth, adoption, or placement of a child. And so you can see there, if we use an average salary of employees and looked at that for payment, if everyone took advantage of that, and I'm sorry, this number is not right. It should be half of that. It's around $442,000. Not sure if that didn't get saved, but I will send you those updated numbers. But again, that would be an estimate of those costs, around $440,000 to fund a parental program. The other option that we were asked to do some research on was PTO versus traditional sick and vacation. I believe it was Commissioner Howell asked what it would cost to provide a short-term disability program alongside a PTO program. And I'd like to explain what this chart is. This is a quote from our vendor for short-term disability that would be paid by the employer. Option 1 would offer a accident at 0 day, sickness at 7 day waiting period. Again, maximum benefit of $1,000, minimum benefit of $20. The weekly benefit would be 60% for employees. Option 2 has a waiting period of 7 days for both accident and sickness. Again, the same restrictions on the max and minimum amount at 60% of the employee's benefit. And that would come at a cost tag you can see at the top here. The annual premium for those short-term disability plans are $771,000. And if we did the 7 day accidents and sickness plan, it's $741,000. Things that are still on the horizon, we are still talking about shift pay. Even as recent as yesterday afternoon, we were talking about this. We're trying to figure out what would be the best approach to take for this, what we could afford. And so those talks are ongoing, and I know the manager will be in communication with you as we move forward on what some of those decisions are. We're also talking about weekend pay, holiday, and longevity pay, in addition to bilingual pay. We know that all of those come at a price tag, and we want to make sure that we focus on the 8% pay adjustment for our employees before we look at what these enhancements would be in those price tags. And with that, I will stand for any questions. Again, just want to remind you that we will be meeting on June 1st with our vendor to present plans for our fire and EMS pay plans.
Well, thanks, Sheena. Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. What is our average wage?
I believe it's just a hair over 50. I believe it's 50,017.
And then how quickly at this current rate do we expect to get our starting wage to $15 an hour?
It will depend on how much is approved in each year. You might recall that we have 8% in the pay pool for 2023 and 4% in the outer years. So we could project off that, and I could get you a year. I don't have that right off the top of my head. But it could go as slow or as fast as that pay pool allows.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to know how long it will take us to get there at just our current today rate of percentage.
Yes, I will email that to you.
Thanks so much.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that slide that relates to the short-term disability, was there also a long-term disability?
No, we did not quote long-term disability. Okay. That would be through what we have capers for now.
I understand. I'm trying to find ways to do things more like the private sector, and the private sector doesn't have capers. Most of the private sectors move towards PTO and have these disability insurance programs as a way to mitigate huge amounts of sick leave that's racked up. And anyway, this is not the time to talk about this detail because I don't think we have time today, but I'm glad to finally see a number. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for getting the life insurance straightened out. I appreciate that. I think that's fair to all of our employees, and I thank you. The second thing is we've got about $3 million, as I understand, in contingency for payroll. Is that true? When are we going to have a discussion on what we can do this year?
That's a great question. I have repeatedly asked if we could hold off until we can see what the vendor is going to provide for fire and EMS so that we can have a more realistic picture of what that contingency is going to look like. So again, because we've had information from the vendor, we're going to be following up next week. We should have that type of information to you for the contingency in a couple weeks.
Okay. Well, we'll need to put something like that on the agenda because that's going to be a big ask. But we need to make sure that it's across the board so that we don't have a ripple effect throughout the different divisions where that, and we've heard from almost every division. I think every division has had some concerns about where their pay scale is right now. So as we put this together, we can't address just one. We have to address the entire county. So I look forward to that discussion and see what we can do with our $3 million contingency that we've got sitting out there.
I will say it seems like there's about 50 moving pieces to this, and it's slowly coming together, but it takes time. Again, having the vendor's information, talking with corrections and ComCare on their new models, it all goes into that as well.
Okay, well, when people are talking to you about voluntary separation, tell them we're trying to do something as soon as possible. So
Yes.
tell them to hold off.
I will.
Thank you. Commissioner Howell?
You mentioned the the overall attrition rate. I think, did you say it was 21%?
I believe it's 20.
I'm trying to interpret your chart there. I think, I'm not sure what page this is. But.
Yes, overall in 2021, it was 21%.
Okay, so right now we're down 574, and that includes fire and sheriff and everybody?
That would be everyone, yes.
That was, again,
Oh, I'm sorry,
full
that's what
number.
we lost in 2021,
In 2021,
yes.
okay. Actually, you add that all up, it's 657, if you count up everything there. So with that in mind, what is our, this may be a hard question, what's our average number of positions that are open we're trying to fill any given time? We're always have lots of positions open, but how many on average? 100 positions open?
Look, let us get back to you on that.
Well, the reason-
And I know that's a tough number for us to pull because some of our postings would be several positions, but it's under one posting. So for example, like a corrections officer, we might have that one posting, but it might be 20 positions that are open.
So, in this budget, we are planning, the budget is based on 100% FTEs being filled. Is that correct?
Yes.
Without overtime. So we're probably using,
So the way the budget works, we do have some salary savings calculations that are included for departments that have historically high vacancy rates, but we don't do much of that because so much of it has been eaten up by overtime historically. So yes, the budget, because it's a spending limit, just includes that budget authority for all those positions, but there is some overtime that is included in there. But again, that's been held flat for for a decade now.
yeah, we, just as a reminder, we had, according to the sheet you handed out earlier, we had about 220,000 hours of overtime, and 2,000 hours is roughly a one-man year, 2080 hours is a man year. So again, what I'm getting to is, again, we surely had salary savings through 2021, although we consumed some of that with overtime. And some of that may be desired, but some of that also leads to burnout and perhaps less morale and maybe desire to leave our organization because we just almost abuse people till they quit. So some of that overtime may be reasonable, but some of that overtime is really not desired by lots of folks. And so what I'm getting to, I guess, is if we understand how many positions we've had open for a long periods of time, we might need to, and I'll talk about this on a wrap-up day, but we might need to recalculate kind of our desire for whatever FTE levels we're trying to hit, and maybe use some of the same money as salary savings to spread that back out for a salary increase for those people that are actually planning to stay. We'll talk about that more later. I have an idea. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. One quick follow-up to that question earlier about the 15% or $15 amount per hour. So if we were to do it this year, what would the percentage of increase need to be? You don't have to answer it now. I'm saying when you get the follow-up of how long it will take us at our current percentage increase per year, how many years will it take us to get to $15 an hour as our starting rate? So that's one number. And then the second one would be if we were to do it this year and bring the ones up that are starting at $9 an hour, what would that percentage need to be?
I think we have, I want to say 30 some odd percent, but I will double check with you.
I think that's just good for us,
Yeah.
for me to know anyway. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, Sheena, I don't see anything else. I appreciate the briefing today.
Got you done in time.
Good job. Well, Lori and I, we've got a wrap-up on Friday afternoon, after lunch. Oh, what else? You got any other previews for us?
Sure, Friday is our last day. We'll be hearing from Public Services and then time for your commissioner discussion.
Very good. Mr. Manager, anything else? Well, and again, for the entire staff that briefed us, first of all, I do like our departments briefing us. That way we get to hear from them directly. So I would like to continue doing that. Maybe a future commissioner won't like that, and we'll change again. But for now, that's the way I enjoy doing it. But thank you for all the hard work. We've got a huge amount of information now. Now we're going to have to sit down and make some decisions from all 5 commissioners on what our priorities are for the future. So, again, thanks for everyone. And I don't see anything else come before us, so we're adjourned.